was like, oh, it'd be good to see them side by side. Wouldn't it be good if they went side by side sevens? And when they both knocked it out of the ballpark, it was just like, oh yeah. And then Wayne Allman finally hitting that 200 mile an hour mark with Mental Breakdown, and he did it twice. Yeah. Colin Miller, 199 mile an hour with his Flying Pfeiffer. Yeah, new PBs. But it was amazing. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Well, now hopefully we'll be hearing from Roz late in the day, because we want to be getting racing all the way through. Good stuff, mate. Right, here we go then. This is Gasser Circus, round number 1 eliminations. We've got a championship to sort out throughout the course of the day. Points leader is Chris Layrams. Ray Turner second in the points. Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb third in the points. I'm not going to try and guesstimate who's winning what, but if certain people fall by the wayside, I'll obviously be able to monitor that from here. But nothing's official until the points are posted. Here we go then. Nick Hewison with the short fuse taking on Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. It's a Darling class, of course. 10:42. The straight shooter Austin will be leaving first, and doing the chasing will be the Fordson of Nick Hewison. Darling of 9.80. 0.62 of a second difference on the tree. A very good morning to everybody on the banking. How are you this morning? And of course on the grandstands as well, a good morning to you as well. No doubt they will fill up as the morning progresses. So our first pair down the quarter mile this morning. And that goes away. Nick Hewison, who takes that one with a teller 1 to lose out 10.71. Next up, Adam Krasinski, Ray Turner. Now that Ray Turner, second in the championship points. Now he needs to stay in, otherwise he is out, can't win the championship. Now, whoever wins this will race Nick Hewison in round number 2. And Ray Turner takes the win. Unfortunately, Adam tried to stage the car and rolled through stage. So Ray Turner staying alive. Let's see what he runs anyway. Darwin 10.76, goes 10.86, and obviously no time or speed for Adam. So that is one championship contender through. All right, Graham Barton with High Anxiety, Darling of 10.61. Should have been alongside Jason Darling, but I've got no sign of Jason, unfortunately, with the Sinister Coupe. So it's going to be Graham on a solo here. He'll still go down Broadway. He'll still go an A to B. 10.61 is his Darling. He'll try and hit that. It'll give him an indication of what the car's going to do today. Obviously, the conditions are totally different to yesterday. Still got a little bit of a tailwind. Goes 10.58. So a minuscule breakout, but good information for him. All right, number 3 qualifier Lee Pike taking on number 16 qualifier Sean Milsom. It doesn't mean anything anymore. This is all about racing. It's all about hitting your number. Sean 10.05. Lee Pike 9.38. Sean number 7 in the points. He's too far behind to win it, but it's still a bowling pin to win. The all-important trophy. And it is Sean Milsom going around number 2. Lee Pike goes red. (10-10). Sean Milsom. Lee Pike goes 9.30. He breaks out. He goes red. But hey, still had a pretty decent weekend. All right, Andy Cobb. Very, very different style of gasser, but welcomed into the class. Going alongside nervous Nick Brook-Langham. $11.40 dialing for Nick. Andy dialing in 10.56, so it will be the pop going first. And that goes Nervous Nick with 11.82, lose out 11.43. Harvey Turner, Patrick Hobbs, your next pair, then over in the Falcon. 11.83 plays 11.46. It will be Harvey going first. Green lights both sides of the racetrack, so this one will be sorted out at the stripe. And the win light goes on for Harvey Turner with a 12.09 against loser 11.73. Win margin 0.4 of a second at the stripe. So Harvey marches on. Right, championship leader Chris Layram, the Autogas Anglia, 10.14 dialing, going alongside Neve Smith with Long Bad the Bad. Running PB after PB this weekend, but now she's got to switch to race mode. So it will be the Austin Devon going first, and it will be the Pop chasing her down. Close up the stripe, and it is Chris Layram that takes that one. Neve had a better reaction time, but Chris Layram took the stripe and goes through into round number 2. Tony Pearson and Rob Killam. 12.60 plays 10.40. 2.2 second difference on the tree. Rob will be going first. Well, Tony's driven past Rob, so he'll be feathering the throttle towards the stripe. And takes her in there with 11.26. Tony Pearson goes through. Rob goes through with a 13.18. So number 1 and number 2 in the points, safely through. We've still got 3, 4 and 5 in the points that haven't put their runs in yet. Up next, Billy Jones, your number 1 qualifier, had a perfect ET. Dialed in 10.52 and ran 10.52 with a 0 in qualifying. Go alongside the gas junkie of Ray Irish. Billy will be going first. Ray doing the chasing here. 10.52 to a 10.06. And that's a breakout for Ray Irish. Goes too quick, so Billy Jones takes that one. 10.55 on that 52. And Billy gets a bye in round number 2, so 2 round wins for the price of 1. Right, championship contender, Jason Pickett, number 3 in the points coming into this weekend. But number 1 and number 2 in the points already through, so it's just making life very difficult for Jason to try and catch up. Alongside Steve Matthews, having a brilliant weekend with a 57 Chevy. Dialing in 9.55, Jason dialing in 10.70. Good looking race at the stripe, and it's a 9.58, takes that to a 10.76. Win margin 0.10 at the stripe, but it is Steve Matthews that takes that. Both of them razor sharp off the line. 0.4 light for Steve, 0.2 light for Jason. But it is Steve Matthews that goes through. Next up, Paul Dominey and Simon Prest. So Simon Prest with the rocket, currently 4th in the points. And unfortunately, Paul Dominey being pushed back, so Simon gets a freebie here. Goes through with a 10.93 breakout, but he's already got the race win. That's more important. Still got 2 pairs to come. John Gibson, Bright Gibson racing each other. And Dean Wardsley taking on Martin Hallam. Well, here they come. First up, it's the Gibson matchup. Just a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel beer lane. So numbers 1, 2, 4 and 5 in the points chase are all through. We haven't got Jason Hollenby here this weekend, so he was 6 in the points. As I say, just 2 pairs to go. Outlaw Anglia making their way down into the pairing lanes. Also got the Wild Bunch to follow as well. Of course, a big session of Run What You Brung this morning as well, before we get into Supercharged Outlaws and second round of Gasser Circus. We've got the Spider-Man Jet running just before midday. There's still plenty of action today. Championships to sort, obviously, Outlaw Anglia. Actually pouring down the lanes, actually. Good to see a camera at the far end of the pairing lanes where they literally just enter. And they're all making their way down. Well, from all accounts, everybody had a really, really good night once again last night. Fuelers Bar was absolutely packed. The marquee with the live music was packed out as well. So a lot of people having a real good time. Yesterday was just a standout day again at the Hot Rod Drag. Rounded off with a brilliant fireworks display. Never fails to impress. A cracking display this year. Slightly different location though. Normally it's at the far end of the field, but this time they moved it to sort of the field behind the spectator banking and the campsite there. So a real good view for everybody from the grandstands and of course on top of the banking. So a brilliant display last night. A nice little Crackle Fest last night. Always good to have people bring their pride and joys down and just make some noise. It's what it's all about. It's having a bit of fun. Obviously a lot of our high-powered race cars, they like to get them worked on, ready for the following day's racing, so we don't expect a huge amount of cars to come down, but just to make some noise. And also you get some cracking photographs as well, cracking videos. The cars under the new lights here, and really just brought it all to life last night. So a very, very good day leading into a really, really good evening as well. But as I say, who switched the heating off? I mean, Friday was an absolutely glorious day. Yesterday wasn't too bad, but yeah, totally different ball game today. Temperatures have dropped. Still got that tailwind, so it's still something to make the cars go quick. Good air this morning, though. That's obviously going to help. Track is always in tip-top condition. Our track crew will not let you go down anything that isn't as near to 100% as possible. And they always get the big shout-outs, but it's everybody here that just makes a race meeting. It's not just our track crew. It's obviously our signing on team. It's our pit marshals. It's our timing crew, it's Nitro FM, it's our facilities people that look after all the shower blocks and the toilet facilities and everything like that. Everybody deserves recognition, and we couldn't do these meetings without all of them. And so we really do thank them all. Looks like we're going to have another cracking car show as well. Yesterday, the NSRA parking area where all the members came and parked up with their show cars was heaving with vehicles. It was so busy in there that they ended up parking the other side of the NSRA marquee, and then when they ran out of space around there, they ended up parking on the grass. So there was so many here yesterday. So an absolutely fantastic car show, and hopefully I'll get back out there again today and have a good look and see who and what turns up. But it's the most mixed bag car show you'll ever see. Really, really good. Well, there's obviously a lot of concentration on the start line there. I don't know what's appeared down on the start line, but it's obviously taking a little bit more time than they thought. So I'll tell you what, I'm not going to waffle anymore. I am going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. They will take it over, and as soon as we hear engines fire up, we will take it back. But in the meantime, it's over to you guys. Okay, so we are good to go, and it is our next pair. It's our penultimate pair in Gasser Circus. John Gibson and Brian Gibson. So you got the Dodge Dart and of course the Ford Falcon. Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis, Dodge Dart dialing in 1150. John Gibson currently in the High Roller, and the Falcon dialing in 1063. Both into stage. It will be Brian going first, but Brian goes red. So it is John Gibson that's going to go through round number 2. Let's see what he runs anyway. He dialed 1063, gets a 1071, and Brian 1166, but put a cherry on the tree. So he's gone. Right, last pair, Dean Maudsley. Lovely burnout there. The Defiant one, the coupe, dialing in 1145, and it's Martin Hallam. 979 dialing for Martin. There goes Dean, and Martin sets off in pursuit. Well, it looks like Martin's caught him. Flicks it early, 982. That was well judged. 1161, lose that there for Dean, but Martin Hallam also had a 0-1 light there. He was going to be very, very tough to beat. Right, next up then, the first of the best of three for today for Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat, taking on Andy Bond. Well, it was 2-1 to Andy Bond in the end yesterday. Let's see if these scores can be levelled out here, or is Andy going to march on? Anyway, it's best of three. This is the first one. So Andy is in, just Keith to roll in. There he goes. And it is 1-0 to Andy Bond. Keith puts a massive cherry on the tree there. Well, let's see what the numbers are at the top end. 10.27 and coasting 11.59. So 1-0 to Andy. Yeah, Keith went just way too soon there. Right, we move on. We go into a Run What You Brung. Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. And 66 Plymouth down there. I've seen this car before, but I can't. I will get the information, and that will get fed into the computer system a little bit later on. But Simon Devos, let's see what he's got for us. Oh, clicked it early actually. 1183 at 86 miles an hour. Beavis Allen with the Impala. So Jason Taylor with that little rod. Yep. He just looked over his shoulder and go, yeah, I'm all right. So Beavis Allen then. Let's see what he's got for us today. 12.54, 105. Jason goes through with the 15.35. Ryan Huxley gets a go in the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla. The mission for Mark has got to get his dad into the nines. Oh my goodness me! He just barged in there. 982. Oh, absolutely outstanding pass there for Brian Huxley. 982, 135 mile an hour. And he got into the nines on his first run in the car today. Oh, that was outstanding. Well done. Right, next up then, Daniel Bates and Tom Semper. Both having fairly decent weekends, actually. Ah, that's better for Tom. Oh, no, it launched well. Just didn't carry on. Let's see how Daniel Bates gets on. Goes through with a 10.61. Just literally 5/100ths of a second slower than he went yesterday. Tom just rolling up towards the top end. Don't know what the issue is, but he just coasts across the line. But yeah, not going like clockwork, unfortunately, for Tom. And the quad bike just goes out just to help. Tom, he's sort of rolling at about 2 miles an hour at the moment. And has now come to stop. He's only about 50 yards from the gate, so he'll make it there. Well, fingers crossed for Tom. He can try and get that back to the pits, get it sorted out, and come and give it another go. Underneath the tower, you got Arnie Pament down there. Oh, I've got this second gen Camaro as well. Well, let's see, Arnie. Just missed out last night on the final run with your brung. Just not enough time to get everybody through in the lanes, and I'm a little bit frustrated, but we all know how it works. It's just one of them things. So Arnie gets an early run in this morning, has had a best this weekend, and I tell you what, he's been absolutely flying. 8.67 so far. Goes 8.66. He finds 100th of a second. All right, Nick brings the 39 Ford up to the line. He's been getting plenty of runs in this weekend. Goes through with 11.83, 121 mile an hour pass. As we look in the lanes to see who's up next. Well, it's full of Ford Pops. It's full of Fordsons. It's Outlaw Anglia. And it's round number 1 eliminations for them. Got some great matchups. It's a 16-car ladder. Colin Miller taking on Shane Bird, Ben Kennedy and Luke Hoskins. Rob Brindle alongside Mark Bracking, Martin Payne and Doug McClure. John Webster going to be racing Brian Nixon, Wayne Power taking on Phil Jewett, and Gary Bird with Andy Cunningham and Dalton Scarlett alongside Spencer Tidswell. So just a little bit of prep out there at the moment, and it'll be time to bring Outlaw Anglia round for their first round of eliminations. Big congratulations to Colin Miller yesterday. 199 mile an hour pass. It would have been 200 if Aaron was driving it though. Just got to throw it in there. But no, Colin absolutely flying yesterday. The Pfeiffer, 199 mile an hour PB on speed, 6.90. A new ET PB for Colin as well. So really, really happy indeed. A big shout out and a big hi to John Willard, who I know is tuned in this morning from the pod. It's obviously evening down in Australia. Always tunes into the coverage. He apologised for not watching the coverage yesterday, but he did catch up on the replays later on. So I know he's tuned in. Well, one thing I can say, John, is somebody switched the heating off this morning. It's got real chilly here. We still got a bit of a tailwind. Track is in tip-top condition as Colin Miller plays chicken with the tractor out there as he comes round. So the first pairing then is Colin Miller going to be taking on Shane Bird. So here we go then. First pair, Shane Bird. We know that obviously Colin's got the performance advantage here, but anything can happen. But I think Colin will be taking it relatively sensibly to start things off today. Doesn't want to drop the ball on the first down. And that's exactly what Colin's doing. He goes through with a 965 at 136. Shane goes through 11.79 at 108. Right, Martin Payne and Doug McClure. Martin qualified in the number 5 spot with an 891. Doug a 10.18, a personal best, and oh so close to the 9s. He said it would have been a 9 if he didn't back out of the run and pedal it, but it was heading towards the wall, so probably the right thing to do, Doug. Not only that, it's picking up those front wheels pretty much every single run now, depending on how Doug leaves the line. Martin Payne out in front. Good looking run from Doug as well though. 973 and a 1085. Martin Payne goes through. Gary Bird makes his presence known. Good strong burn up there. Qualified in the number 3 spot did Gary. Went 844. Going to go alongside Andy Cunningham. He's just waiting out in the burnout box. But Gary to come back. So then, heads up. No dial-ins, no breakouts. First to the top end wins. Gary goes into stage. Pre-stage. They're both into stage. No messing about. Here we go. Oh, Gary Bird throwing flames, Andy, but it looks like Gary is coasting. Indeed he is. Andy Cunningham drives round him. 11.54 for the win. Problems there for Gary, but we saw flames come out of the left side header pipes. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he was coasting in the end. So Andy Cunningham goes into round number 2. Well, this will be a good one. Dalton Scarlett and Spencer Tidswell. Hasn't been a banner weekend so far for Dalton, considering what he's achieved so far this year. The little Gremlins worked its way in, and hopefully they evicted it last night so that Dalton can get back on song. Spencer Tidwell, always one of those that was there to pick up the pieces. But a really, really good racer anyway. Been doing this long enough to know every trick in the book. Okay then, Spencer Tidswell, Dalton Scarlett for a spot in round number 2. Winner of this will be facing Andy Cunningham. Well, Spencer heads towards the wall but keeps it away. Much, much better run for Dalton Scarlett. Wow, 7:15, 192 mile an hour pass. That was absolutely outstanding. Smashed his PB to Kingdom Come. Fair to say that they did evict that Gremlin. That was a phenomenal run there for Dalton. And yeah, that combination working beautifully now. Well, Ian's legging it for the tractor, unfortunately, so maybe a little bit of a concern at the top end there. Spencer just turning around the corner. Dalton's already made the turn off. But what a run there for Dalton Scarlett. 7.15, 192 miles an hour. Yeah, just having a good look in Dalton's lane, actually. But yeah, Ian just gone for the tractor. Tell you what, I'm going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when we continue Outlaw Angle eliminations here at the Hot Rod Drags. Fairly decent weekends, actually. Ah, that's better for Tom. Oh no, it launched well, just didn't carry on. Let's see how Daniel Bates gets on. Goes through with a 10.61. Just literally 5/100ths of a second slower than he went yesterday. Tom just rolling up towards the top. I don't know what the issue is, but he just coasts across the line. But yeah, not going like clockwork, unfortunately, for Tom. And, the quad bike just goes out just to help. Tom, he's sort of rolling at about 2 miles an hour at the moment. And has now come to stop. He's only about 50 yards from the gate, so he'll make it there. Well, fingers crossed for Tom. He can try and get that back to the pits, get it sorted out, and come and give it another go. Well, underneath the tower, you got Arnie Pament down there. Time to get everybody through in the lanes, and Arnie a little bit frustrated, but we all know how It works. It's just one of them things. So Arnie gets an early run in this morning. Has had a best this weekend. And I tell you what, he's been absolutely flying. 8.67 so far. Goes 8.66. He finds 100th of a second. So here we go then. First pair, Shane Bird. We know that obviously Colin's got the performance advantage here, but anything can happen. But I think Colin will be taking it relatively sensibly to start things off today. Doesn't want to drop the ball on the first down. Well, that's exactly what Colin's doing. He goes through with a 9.65 at 136. Shane goes through 11.79 at 108. Martin Payne out in front. Good looking run from Doug as well though. 9.73 and a 10.85. Martin Payne goes through. Gary goes into stage. Pre-stage. They're both into stage. No messing about. Here we go. Oh, Gary Bird throwing flames, Andy, but it looks like Gary is coasting. Indeed he is. Andy Cunningham drives round him. 11.54 for the win. Problems there for Gary, but we saw flames come out of the left side header pipes. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he was coasting in the end. So Andy Cunningham goes into round number 2. And we're back with Wayne Power and Phil Druitt. Wayne was one of the happiest campers on site yesterday. Smashed his PB into Kingdom Come with a 9.20 yesterday. It is one of those teams that just couldn't wait to come and see me and tell me all about it. I'll give full respect for that. But, you know, if you're running your best ever numbers, then why not? Going alongside Psycho, Phil Druitt. In a funny sort of way, I'm pleased I haven't seen Phil yet because I'll probably get fist pumped and man hugged. You name it. He, and then the insults will follow. But no, Phil's a top bloke. The 403 Mafia here in force. So it's a good little race actually. Interesting to see how this one pans out. Wayne is the quicker car, but Phil, he's no slouch. So it could be a proper match-up, this one. Both away well. Actually, I identical reaction times. It's all about the top end. Oh, this is a tight one. Wayne Power takes that with a 9.43 to a lose at 9.60. Both passing 40 mile an hour. It is Wayne Power that goes into round number 2. All right, Rob Brindle and Mark Bracking, your next pair. So Mark Bracking with his 10.2 second bracket street car that runs in Outlaw Anglia. Did reach for the sky in qualifying. The car really did hook up and go. Had a great year as Mark as well. The car's been working brilliantly. Tough customer though with Rob Brindle. 8.50 ran in qualifying yesterday. Martin Payne waits the winner of this one. Rob Brindle goes through there with an 8.79 and another 10.2 second pass from Mark Bracking. But it is Rob Brindle. They'll be racing Martin Payne in round number 2. The unmistakable sound of the V8 Lexus with the turbo cores. Ben Kennedy going alongside Luke Hoskins. There's only a tenth of a second between these two in qualifying. A second round appearance against Colin Miller awaits the winner of this. Neck and neck at half track. Ben Kennedy takes that one with an 8.94. Yeah. Oh, fantastic run there for Ben Kennedy. 146 mile an hour. Party time down there on the start line. Luke Hoskins goes through with a 9.53, but Ben Kennedy, 8.94. Outstanding pass. John Webster with the Fast Company 2 taking on Brian Nixon. This is the last pair in Outlaw Anglia, and it is Wayne Power that will be taking on the winner of this in round number 2. So John qualified really well with a 7.18. He was 103, 104, 60 foot numbers. Absolutely fine. 102, 60 foot, but John getting way out of shape at the stripe. 764, 148 mile an hour. Into round number 2, 11.43 for Brian, but John Webster, my goodness me, what a driving job that was. 450 at 151 at the 8th, but got way out of shape towards the stripe, but John held on to it and is through to round number 2. Right, we've got the alternates about to put a run in. Ben Montgomery and Alex Strike. Just in case any of the 16 qualified cars didn't make it through into the elimination pairings, then these two were there to fill in the gaps. And also going to get their runs in as well. So just checking out the top end of the track where John Webster just went through. just to make sure. So, Ben Montgomery and Alex Strike. In effect, run what you brung. It's what's classed as a time trial. Alex had a best of 11.88. Ben was a 12.39 so far this weekend. 12.48, 12.41 for those two. And also making his way down to the lanes and getting his run in is Aaron Bird. Well, we look forward to Aaron's new power plant going in the car next year. This will make him go way quicker. So yeah, as Aaron gets ready to put his run in. He's just got a little small block in there at the moment, but has got a different engine for next year. But he still wanted to come out and play. Don't blame him. Okay, so with the 14.16 at 90 miles an hour. All right, next up it is the Wild Bunch. All sat around there patiently waiting to get their runs in. This is their this is where they put the dial-ins as well, so we get a clue to what their target numbers are. They can go below it, it's okay. The idea is to get as close as possible. So it's going to be Ian Wild coming around first. And not sure who he's going alongside actually. I think it's the Happy Days Slingshot. Oh, there's lots. Actually, there's lots of support vehicles moving, so I'm not quite sure who it's going to be yet. I think it's going to be James Auld, or not. No, it's going to be Ian on a solo. Well, the target number for Ian is a 12.35. That's 12.63 at 107. So we've got the Charles Bang Special down there. Lovely little retro slingshot. There's a 12.25 as the target number. At 10.99. That's his PB. Let's see if we can go any quicker. Well, really want Rob to break out here. Want him to go under that 10.99, because if he does, that'll be a new PB. That'll be his second ever time in the 10s as well. Only went 11.01 yesterday, so there's every possibility he could do this. That's looking good at the stride. Yes, 10.91. 10.91, 118 miles an hour. He got there too quick to build up any speed, but what a way to put a new personal best on that car. 10.91 there for Rob White. The Charles Banks Special goes through with the 12.60, 111. So Gavin and Pete getting some good form with that car now. But well done to Rob White, the Happy Days team. Knocking nearly a 1/10 of a second off their personal best with that one run. Crazy Chris Hartnell out there with the backdraft slingshot. Going alongside Steve Garland with Sonic Attack 2. Well done to Happy Days team as they go up to collect Rob from the top end and give him the news that he's got a new PB. So Chris goes into stage. There goes Steve. So 11.20 and 8.76 the target numbers. 11.01 for Steve Garland. And that would have been a PB on speed. It beat his previous, but then yesterday he went 124.11. So yeah, yesterday's one was still quicker, but nevertheless still getting some good speed there. All right, next up with Trigger's Broom, it's Paul Tarry going alongside James Griffin. James having a fantastic debut in the class. Went 9.29 yesterday, 141 miles an hour. So target numbers then, Paul Tarry 11.60, James 9.20. $9.95, 127 there for James that time. Paul Tarry gets a 14.76. A couple of issues on the run, but should be back out. Well, they'll should be back out again later on. Right, just looking to see who's going to come round the corner next. I think it's going to be the Shindigger. Indeed it is, making his way forward. And the Soultown Shaker. Two cracking looking slingshots these. So Jim Tanner in the Shindigger, he's going to be coming round into the Kestrel Beer lane. Keith Crampton, the Soultown Shaker, into the Slick Tricks lane. both doing their burnouts, and let's have a look at the target numbers then. Jim Tanner 950, Keith Crampton 991. Weaving their way up the track there. 10.20 there for Keith Crampton. Jim Tanner goes 9.76. So next up then, the Altered of Bobby Ryan. Let's wait to see what his dialing is. Going alongside Dave Schumacher, the crewman. PB yesterday, 10.51, 134. So we're very pleased for that team. That was a big lump of time. That's nearly quarter of a second improvement for Dave. .982 and 10.74. Oh, Dave Schumacher back to back to where he was. Still a PB previous to this weekend, but that 10.51 was outstanding. Right, your next pair then. James Auld with the Little Faust Dragster. 12.38 is his number of choice. And Rory Hart with the Braveheart, the Little Opel GT 1150. .1060 for Rory Hart. Lovely little run there. Absolutely chuffed to bits for the young lad. I think that's a PB as well, actually. Ian, is that his best ever? It is. Well done. 1060, 116 there for Rory Hart. When I say it's a best ever, it's a whole second off his best ever there. And also a new speed PB as well, 116.42. Love it when a plan comes together. Special guest in the Wild Bunch this weekend is the little Banshee Altered. Car will be driven by Frankie soon, but it's Mick Taylor just doing the checkout passes first. Going alongside Terry Clifford with a Ratcatcher Resurrection. Mick Darlington 990, Terry 1030. .962. Nicely done, Mick. And a 1061 for Terry. Right, we've got a birthday shout out here. It's Demi Skip's birthday. I'll repeat that as they were just doing the birthday burnout then. Demi Skip. It's Ford's sister. It's her birthday today, so many happy returns indeed. Lots of love from the whole family, and of course the Wild Bunch gang as well. So Demi Skip, happy birthday. So you got the Shore Crank Redemption and the Chasing Time Slingshots down there. Ford dialing in 9.10 and 10.25. Andy and Gordon. I don't know who's in the car actually. Well, Ford has already gone 9.22 for a PB yesterday. Can he improve on that? Can he get that 9.10? That would be pretty cool. Got nicely off the line, that's for sure. .920, it is another PB. Look at the speed, 146. So well done to young Ford. Almost another PB for the Shore Crank team as well. They went 10.28 yesterday, 10.31 today. So everybody really trying hard. Right, I reckon it's got to be Danny in the car this time because they swap over. Probably got it wrong, probably find out it's Elliot, but it is on the Raging Cajun, the Bantam, looking for a 980. And it's Dan Wilson with the antique toy, looking for 10.13. $10.16 for Dan Wilson and a 10.32 for the Raging Cajun. Well, actually a new PB on speed there for Dan Wilson. No, apologies. His previous PB coming into this weekend, but he went 126 in his runs yesterday. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Pete Brown in Wrathchild. And that's Rich Butcher in the Fourth Dimension. Pete goes 11.37 and a 13.20 there for Rich. Okay, just on hold for a moment as our start line crew just take a few steps backward. As the Bluebird is fired up, so we've got some heavy hitters in the lanes, and I know Bob Hawkins is round there. I know Alan Schofield's down there, Gonzo the Great's down there. They all need a little bit of help to get some extra traction. So the Bluebird just going to help them out with that. So we're going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back with a continuation of the Wild Bunch here at the Hot Rod Drags, the 2023 edition. We'll be back shortly. John qualified really well with a 7.18. He was 1.0 3 104 60 foot numbers, absolutely fine. 102 60 foot, but John getting way out of shape at the stripe. 764, 148 mile an hour. Into round number 2, 11:43 for Brian, but John Webster, my goodness me, what a driving job that was. The target number. $10.99. That's his PB. Let's see if we can go any quicker. Well, really want Rob to break out here. We want him to go under that 10.99, because if he does, that'll be a new PB. That'll be his second ever time in the 10s as well. Well, he went 11.01 yesterday, so there's every possibility he could do this. That's looking good at the stripe. Yes, 10.91. 10.91, 118 miles an hour. He got there too quick to build up any speed, but what a way to team as they go up to collect Rob from the top end and give him the news that he's got a new PB. So Chris goes into stage. There goes Steve. So 11.20 and 8.76 the target numbers. 11.01 for Steve Garland. 11.60. James at 9.20. $9.95, 127 there for James that time. Paul Tarry gets a 14.76. A couple of issues on the run. Weaving their way up the track there. 10.20 there for Keith Crampton. Jim Tanner goes 9.76. $9.82 and 10.74. What is his number of choice? Rory Hart with the Braveheart, the little Opel GT 1150. $10.60 for Rory Hart. Lovely little run there. Absolutely chuffed to bits for the young lad. I think that's a PB as well, actually. Ian, is that his best ever? It is. Mick Darlington 9.90. Terry 10.30. $9.62. Nicely done, Mick. And a 10.61 for Terry. Well, Ford has already gone 9.22 for a PB yesterday. Can he improve on that? Can he get that 9.10? That would be pretty cool. But nicely off the line, that's for sure. 9:20. It is another PB. Look at the speed, 146. So with the antique toy, looking for 10:13. $10.16 for Dan Wilson and a 10.32 for the Raging Cajun. So here we go once again with the continuation of the Wild Bunch. And the Gluebird's done its stuff. It's put some extra traction down there. Let's hope the teams can make the most of it. It's coming around the corner. We've got two 7-second altereds in the shape of Gonzo the Great. And of course, Alan Schofield. So Alan Schofield with the Scott Altered, and of course Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great. Fair to say both these two absolutely blistering down the quarter mile this weekend. New PB for Alan Lloyd, and first time ever into the 7.5s. With a 7.59 172, and that's what his target number is, actually 7.59. And just to make things interesting, Alan Schofield's target number is exactly the same. Alan's already been into the mid-7s with the Scott Altered. Looks like it's Alan Schofield getting there first with a 7.65. Alan goes through there, 8.97 off the gas at the stripe, but good run for Alan. Right, next up, it is Bob Hawkins with Time Traveller number 2. And it's going to be, for Rob and Pete Brown, it is Rebel. Good strong burn out there for the Time Traveller slingshot. So just coming back up. Okay, so Bob Hawkins and Rob Brown. Well, 848 and 669 are the target numbers. 849 and 674. What a cracking pairing that one was. Well, Rob just 100th off. Bob just 500ths off, but was a cracking round. Look at the speed for Bob Hawkins. 200.68 miles an hour. Beautifully done there for Bob. Absolutely phenomenal race, that one. Okay, we switch over to Runway Brung. Actually, it's the 100Es coming around the corner. Stuart Flitton, Matt Stanley pairing up here. So 12:34 plays 10:30 here for the 100Es. Stuart Flitton, oh, hits his number. Wow, 10:30 with a 4 on that 10:30 dial-in. Takes the pairing win there. But yeah, you can't do better than hit your number. Absolutely spot on. Right, next up, Dave Mott and Tim Evans. Dave 1290, Tim 1250. Well, Tim's got his nose in front. Goes 1266 to a 1379. So Tim Evans chalks up a win. Mark Wade. Taking on Mark Haswell. So Mark dialing in 9:30. That's right, they're both Marks. That doesn't help anybody. Mark Haswell dials in 9:30. Mark Wade 13:10. Big gap on the tree. So Mark Wade, off he goes. Mark Haswell's got to be real patient here. He sets off in pursuit. 141 there for Mark Haswell, 144 miles an hour. And a 15.31 for Mark Wade. Right, these two actually fighting it out for the 100E Challenge this year. Scott Collin and Clive Charles, these two at the top of the points table. And one of them is going to be leading the points, leaving here, and of course will take the title. Scott Collin looking for an 860. Clive Charles at 12.48. Well, fair to say that Scott Collin is having a phenomenal weekend this weekend. PB after PB, he's knocked nearly 3/10 of a second off his best ever numbers. And he's on another flyer here. Oh, great run for Clive Charles there, goes 12.50. Scott Collin goes 8.74. But Clive just 0.02 of a second off his number there. Right, into Run What You Brung, good and proper now. The great mix of vehicles that we have at the Hot Rod Drags, probably the most diverse Run What You Brung of the year. Always get those at the Vintage Nationals and the Hot Rod Drags. Just such brilliant, brilliant vehicles. This is Paul Newton. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off the line, just couldn't get the grip. Goes 12.83 at 107. Actually, he's best of the weekend. Well done, Paul, despite the little wheel spin off the line. Well, anglers of different vintages. You got John Lobb and you got the Lawson 105E down there. $15.95 and $16.06. Oh dear, love it when a burnout comes through like that. Just a sheer entertainment. So Stuart Smith, having a brilliant Hot Rod Drags, fair to say. A new PB this weekend for Stuart, 9.84, 134 mile an hour pass yesterday. Going alongside Gary Cork with the Nostalgia Superstock entry. All eyes, fair to say, going to be on Stuart this one to see if he can go quicker than that 9.84 from yesterday. 139 to 60 foot, a little bit off what he ran yesterday, but we're talking 200s of a second. 9.88 today. Almost matching what he ran yesterday. Nicely done, Stuart. And Gary Cork goes through there, 11.71 at 116. Right, Doug Harwood. Running some good numbers this weekend. He's always in the low 10s. Yesterday, best of 10.29 with a 9, 133 mile an hour pass. Going alongside Nick Blanche with the Tri Chevy. .10.25 there for Doug. That's his quickest of the weekend. Well done. 134 mile an hour pass there. Also quickest for Nick Blanche. 12.44, 108. So you got AJ Denning down there with the Chevy. Oh no, apologies, Reuven Dawson. Oh, I thought it was AJ. Going alongside. That is, that's not the right name on the computer screen. So the 66 Plymouth down there in the Slick Tricks lane. .11.46, 121 mile an hour pass there. Quite as quick as yesterday, but still getting the job done. And 15.47, 88 there for the Plymouth. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. Car's been here, what, 3 weeks now? Obviously here for the national finals next weekend. Was here last weekend for the European finals. And came up the weekend before that and got his pit area set up for that VW action. Let's see what Dave's got for us this morning then. True as normal, 9.73, 132 mile an hour pass there for Dave. All right, Lee Johnson with Ain't No Saint going alongside Gary Carr with the Boiling Point Chevy. Well, low 10s for the Volvo, low 11s for the Chevy. .10.15 for Lee, 11.14 for Gary. Right, next up then, Ian Smith running PB yesterday. Well done to him. He's been pushed back this time, unfortunately. So Kev Bingham has got the track to himself with that brilliant belly tank. 13:34 at 106. Well, Ian got awarded one of the Dirty Dozen trophies yesterday for his efforts, and obviously that new PB as well. So well done to Ian, but hopefully be able to get a run in, get it back to the pits, find out what happened, and give it another go. Oh, the sun's made an appearance. Finally, someone's turned the heating on. Well, time check. Guys, only 11 o'clock in the morning. Got so much track action done already. But a little bit of a sweep up in the lanes at the moment. So, Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves for a moment, we will take it back when we continue all the fun and the action here at the Hot Rod Drags. Pete goes 11:37 and a 13:20 there for Rich. Alan's already been into the mid-sevens with the Scud altered. Looks like it's Alan Schofield getting there first with a 765. Alan goes through there, 897 off the gas at the stripe, but good run for Alan. And Rob Brown. Well, 848 and 669 are the target numbers. 849 and 674. What a cracking pairing that one was. Well, Rob just 100th off. Bob just 500th off, but was a cracking round in 930. That's right, they're both Marks. That doesn't help anybody. Mark Haswell dials in 930. Mark Wade 1310. Big gap on the tree. So Mark Wade, off he goes. Mark Haswell's got to be real patient here. Sets off in pursuit. .941 there for Mark Haswell. 144 miles an hour. And a 15:31 for Mark Wade. Scott Collin looking for an 860. Clive Charles at 12:48. Well, fair to say that Scott Collin is having a phenomenal weekend this weekend. PB after PB, he's knocked nearly 3/10 of a second off his best ever numbers. on another flyer here. Oh, great run for Clive Charles there. Goes 12.50. Scott Collin goes 8.74. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off the line. Just couldn't get the grip. Goes 12.83 at 107. Actually, he's best of the weekend. Well done, Paul. Despite the little wheel spin off the line. And we're back with the continuation of Run What You Brung here at the Hot Rod Drags. What's been really good this weekend is we've managed to get so much Run What You Brung in. I know the race classes have to get their runs in, but they've been running pretty well, and everything's been on our side this weekend. So loads of Run What You Brung. Although the lanes have been long, they've been moving fairly well. That's a good little match up, that 11.61 and 11.43. So the Camaro getting it done there. Nice pass there. Best of the weekend for them. 123 mile an hour run. So Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett, matchup number 2. It's 1-0 to Andy this morning. Keith went way too soon. I think he tried to guess when the light was going to come on, not really concentrating on the tree. Just one of those things. The good thing is that Keith's got that one out of the way. So let's see what happens in this second matchup then. Andy Bond just let the burnout smoke out of the car. So it was 2-1 to Andy yesterday in their best of 3. This is the second one of today. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat and Andy Bond not with the Ugly Sister this time. Oh, backfire from Andy Bond, so that's going to be 1-1. Keith Bartlett disappears into the distance with a 10.33, 129. But no idea what happened to Andy there. Just coughed and sputtered. They had, bizarrely, they both had identical reaction times, 0.31. Well, fingers crossed for Andy. He stopped the car pretty quick. And he's being pushed back. Oh, I hope we can make the decider later on. Absolute gorgeous car there. Well, the Ugly team have got something to get on with now. Sort the car out for the decider a little bit later on today. Well, certainly wasn't expecting that, but at the end of the day, it's racing. They both left the line. Keith Bartlett takes the win. So it is 1-1 again. It is another decider later on. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Loads of Run What You Brung in the pairing lanes at the moment. You can see Michael D'Souza down there. You can see Danny Wilson trying to get his dad's car to run into the 10s. It's comfortably in the 11s at the moment. See Paul Hammond in the lanes. I can see the Smurf Tang is down there. It's a little bit of everything. So Run What You Brung will be continuing in a moment. Don't forget, we do have a lunch break targeted at 1 o'clock today. Also got a Battle of Britain Memorial flight, as long as the cloud base is good enough for us. So yeah, Battle of Britain flight due in again. I think it's just past 1 o'clock, but I will get a full confirmation on that. It will be a Spitfire today. Also in the show car paddock, we will have the Crackle car start up at 12:15. Time now, 20 past 11. Half an hour's time, we're due to see the Spider-Man Jet Dragster put in its first run of the day. Do have some other news actually, just to let everybody know that the Hot Rod Drags special edition t-shirts basically did sell out yesterday, so they've closed that marquee up. So well done to everybody that did manage to get hold of one, myself included. Thank you ever so much to Alan Martin for keeping one back for me. It's always pretty difficult for me to get down there and ensure that I get one, so really appreciate that, gang. Okay, we continue with Run What You Brung. Paul Smale doing his burnout. With the Thirsty Work Chevelle going alongside Dan Bates. Right, got a couple of vehicles that need moving, and I will call those out straight after this pairing, and I can see them from here actually. They are parked totally in the wrong place. So if you've got a black BMW or a red Fiesta, pin your ears back after this pairing. Paul Smale and Dan Bates. Actually, similar numbers these two have run, both in the low to mid 10s. Paul Smale goes 10.53, Dan Bates goes 10.45. Right, the two vehicles that need moving. There's a black BMW X5, I think it is. Registration number is P31YCO. And part next to it is a red Ford Fiesta AK15 JTO. They are behind the tower, or sort of behind the barn, if you like, part next to the camper. Those two vehicles, totally the wrong place. So if you can return to those, please, and move them away from there. Find somewhere else to put them, because that area there is where the vehicles swing round to get out of the facility. So those two vehicles need moving, please. The black BMW and the red Ford Fiesta. Here we go then with Dominic and Michael. Michael D'Souza is going to get there first. Goes 10.85, 125 miles an hour. And Dominic goes 12.90 at 114. So Alan Bartlett on his own out there. Basically a vehicle that's home built. Goes through with the 1550 at 84. It's his best run of the weekend. Well done, Alan. Right, next pair, Danny Wilson. Let's see if he can get this into the 10-second zone. Going alongside Paul Hammond, who's comfortably in the 10s. .47 and 11.16. If Danny didn't bump it through the beams there, that could have been a bit quicker. But he'll just have to come down and do it again. But Danny, 8.99 yesterday in his other car, well, his own car, not his dad's car. A new PB for him. So Danny having a real good weekend. Well, if somebody that deserves a good run here, it is Sally Warner. They had problems with the ignition box yesterday. Looks like they got a new MSD on there. Fingers crossed it's cured all the problems. Or have they got a new box? Fingers crossed. Let's see. 938, 149. Getting better. And 1539 at 107 in the Slick Tricks lane. Next up, you got the Dodge and the Ford. I haven't seen this one before, actually. Know very little about it. Don't know whose it is. But the Smurf Tang, though. See what Smith. Whoa, very close to the wall. Pulls it away. Good looking run, though. 10.43, 126, first time on track. And Smithy goes 11.79, 112. All right, next up then, Brian Huxley. Brilliant 982 on his first run today. Well, the mission was for Mark to try and get Brian into the 9s, and 982 on his first run. That was job done. So let's see how Brian gets on this time. As I say, brilliant first run. Ah, no, hang on a second. I've got Darren in the car this time, not Brian. Brian stood on the outside. Couldn't see you there. The computer screen was hiding you. So, Darren Huxley. Well, for all intents and purposes, this looks like another 9-second run. 974, 136 mile an hour. Absolutely outstanding. One more. No, that's it. Oh, Darren, nice one. 974, 136. Just had to go quicker than Brian, didn't he? Well, that's not what I wanted to see at all. Andy Bond being towed back to the pits. They'll probably put a message, or they'll message me to let me know what's actually happened to the car. But if it's been towed back, then obviously Andy not able to drive it back under its own steam. So maybe a little bit more than we thought initially. But could have been a nitrous issue. But anyway, I'm not going to guess. I'll let the team suss it out and they'll let me know. So a little bit of concentration on the start. Let's have a quick look into the lanes, see who we've got ahead of the lanes at the moment. Andy Hadfield's down there with Twister. Also got down there Phil Mauls, but I don't think it's Phil driving it because he's on the outside. It's Loz. Thanks for the message. Loz, if you look underneath the pedal, there will be a throttle stop. Can you take it out? And it's all the girls racing now, isn't it? Yeah, got it. So I think it's Beth who's running the Willis. Yep. And it's Loz. Now then, Loz, as I say, just check underneath that pedal. Make sure that it is, if there's a throttle stop under there, make sure it's a teeny-weeny one. Oh, dear. So, yeah, that's all the entertainment still to come with the girls showing the old folk how it should be done. Thanks. Cheers, Phil. Love you too, man. But also we got Supercharged Outlaws, and what a show they've been putting on for us this weekend. It's just been absolutely outstanding. PBs galore. And I can't wait to see what they're going to throw at us today. But yeah, it's just the sheer diversity of machinery here this weekend. That's what makes the Hot Rod Drag so cool. It's seeing stuff that only comes out once or twice a year in Run What You Brung. The most, as I say, it's the diversity of what people put together. It's what it's all about. It's hot rodding. It's Run What You Brung. It's all the personal attention to details, and the car show that's actually parked up round there, not just in the pairing lanes, but everybody that's bought their cars and parked them up over there. There is something for everybody around there. There really is. If you're into pickup trucks, if you're into muscle cars, you're into rat rods, if you're into customs, there's everything around there. And definitely worth checking that out. We have a lunch break around about 1 o'clock, and that's where I'll be because I haven't had a chance to have a look around there yet. But some real cracking machinery down there. Gotta say, big thanks for the NSRA for having the Hot Rod Drags at its new home here at Santapod. And good to chat with so many people as well. "35 years the Hot Rod Drags has been going. This is the 35th annual one, hasn't missed a year. I'm just honoured to be able to be in the tower to call this for you. Absolutely love it. Right, Hot Run What You Brung continues. There's Glyn Boardman representing the Watch Shop. He's having an awesome weekend. Closest to his dial-in yesterday. Put in 10 flat. I thought he'd go 9.99 just for the hell of it. But no, he hit his 10 flat. Absolutely spot on. Got the closest to dial-in award yesterday. Well done to Glyn. So good to see Dom Sharp as well. His first run of the weekend with the Firebird. So not entirely sure what he's going to run, but should give Glyn a good run here. Lots of wheel spin off the line though for Dom. Not letting Glyn get away though. 9.89 for Glyn Boardman. That was a cracking run. 10.57 for Dom. Right, so Beth in the Willis. Let's see how Beth gets on. Going to be going alongside Loz. Right, really looking forward to seeing how these two get on. So Beth's in the Slick Tricks lane. Loz is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Families look on. We're both into stage, no messing about. The lights go green. And Loz gets there first with 11.13 to 11.51. Yeah, we like that. Now take the throttle stops off. Both the girls can drive, so take the throttle stops off, let them have some proper fun. Right, Jim Smith down there. So Jim running in the low to mid-tens pretty much every single time he hits the track, to be honest. Best this weekend of a 10.42. Going alongside the little Opus. Adrian Sidwell putting in another run. Getting loads of runs as he always does. 10.44 there for Jim. Adrian going through there. With a 16.60. Well, talk about different things then. How about a 1959 Nash Metropolitan with wheelie bars running a 496 cubic inch big block? Yeah, absolutely outrageous vehicle. Well, Tim's disappearing into the distance here. 1564, 85 miles an hour. So let's see what the Nash can do then. .10.23, 136 mile an hour pass. Quickest run for that car this weekend. Bit of a puff of smoke at the stripe though. Oh, car takes the top exit. But just checking out the track there, just did puff at the stripe. looks like we're all good. So time for these two to come another go. John Lobb and of course Anglia Estate, and then you got the 105E, the Lawson entry. Just let everybody know that Fuelers Bar is now open if you need to top up from last night. Quickest run of the weekend for that Anglia, 14:57, well done. So Duncan Watts and Simon Glenn. So Duncan having a pretty good time actually. He's well and truly getting the pedal down. 9:49 this weekend, 142 mile an hour. Let's see what he's got this time round. Powering his way through, getting quite close to the centre line, but runs a 9:23 at 147 mile an hour pass there. Simon Glenn going through with a 10:59 at 129. Well, Simon Glenn goes at 10:59, 129, not too bad at all, but cracking run there for Duncan. Well, we're not far away from Supercharged Outlaws. We should actually have a jet car making its way down as well. Lane's chock-a-block run with your brung stuff as well. Finally, it's getting a bit warmer. Not that I'm complaining about the heat we've had recently. Fair to say it has been a bit warm. So Nick Blanche, had the message that I didn't want to hear, but then I do know the end result. As Nick Blanche goes through with a 12:47 108. Andy Bond has messaged me to basically saying that broke the pinion. Gutted for you, but I do know what plan B is, and I look forward to it with great interest. So Andy Bond. Still not done for the day, although we won't be seeing that beautiful Chevy that he's got. So there is a plan B, and we will let you know later on. We'll keep you in suspense, but let's just say that Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett will still be doing the decider today. So you'll have to watch and find out what happens. Right, this is Phil Hobson and Beavis Allen. Phil goes through with a 12:13 and Beavis goes through with a 12:52. Let's get through our Run What You Brung cars out in the lanes, and I think there's just a couple more. Got two here and one on its own. Then I think it is Supercharged Outlaws. That'll be, well, let's just say the lanes are full of Supercharged Outlaws, so there won't be any space to get anybody else down. So they will be putting their first runs in of the day. Okay, so making their way up to the line then. First pair of bowls pre-stage. Second set means you're a set. Tree will count you down, then off you go. $12.91 and $13.23. All right, the rolling gold of Paul Newton down there. And then it'll be time to turn the volume up as we get ready for Supercharged Outlaws. That's a good looking run, no wheel spin off the line. Straight and true. Very nice. 13 flat, 111. Right, it is Supercharged Outlaws. Those of you here yesterday will just be waxing lyrical about what happened yesterday. Just staggering runs from so many people. One casualty though, unfortunately we won't be seeing Freddy's Revenge. Robbie Grabham had a flat left front tyre of all things, and no spare here, couldn't get it fixed, so they are done for the day. But at least it's only a tyre to fix, everything else A-OK. They exceeded their expectations this weekend, running a 7.15 at 196. So really happy for Robbie, for Hilary, for Dave and the whole team. So Ian Merriweather and Andy Hadfield. Andy not striking the tyres on that burnout. But I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. We're going to give it another go, try and get those tyres to strike up. That's better. Does a shortened burnout though, because Ian Merriweather is making his way back. And here comes the Fadster. Well, the young lady out front is Purdy Hadfield, that's Andy's daughter. Went for a passenger ride in this car yesterday. And fair to say, thoroughly enjoyed it. Here, Merriweather and the team. Let's see how they get on here. Both of them ran 8.1 yesterday. And they're paired up together here. Lovely looking run from the Fadster. 796, 170 mile an hour pass there. Well, fair to say that new engine is working beautifully in the car. Ian Merriweather goes 819 at 174, but happy days for the Twister team. Fadster put on his Facebook earlier on, he said it was a genius move to get hold of that power plant from the Harrisons, and that's proving so. And the funny thing is, Andy hasn't really tried that hard yet. He's still getting used to it. But early indications are good move. And talking about good moves, this guy, this lad, he can really move. Oh, absolutely outstanding. So, Dougie Hill. What is he going to do today? Absolutely blistering off the line. He went over to the States to get his competition license and has now got this phenomenal slingshot dragster. Still got help from all the right people down there. Got a huge future in drag racing, and if he continues the way he is this weekend, then I think the establishment better watch out. Obviously big help from Martin Andrews down there, Sid as we all know him, Steve Johnson there, the Hemi Hunter team. So Dougie Hill then as a best of 10:04, but it's his short numbers that are really making us sit up and take a good look. There is something that Bob spotted. So they're not going to send him if there's any question marks, any doubt. So they just want to be careful. No point messing about, just making sure that everything is 100% for him. And so he'll get back out of the way there. Right, KB's joined me with a wry grin, but it's not game over. Is that...
No, it's not game over.
Oh, wrong one. There we go.
No, it's not game over. Here's the... unfortunately, Andy broke on that run.
Yeah.
I noticed we both had exactly the same reaction
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
Pro Tree.
I was trying to feed in various bits and pieces.
Yeah,
there,
so
but,
being as gamely as I need to be, I'm going to let him bring Ugly out. His 690 car.
Yeah.
He's going to dial in on 750, which I think he'll do very easily, probably. Yeah. I'm going to dial in what I think I'm going to decide to do, looking at what I've done this weekend. Pro Tree, but bracket.
Okay, that'll work.
That'll work, so that'll be fun. I mean, if I could beat Ugly, that would be really special. I think that would have been a good race. We both left at the same time. We were both reaction time. But, of course, that nasty man's got the bottles on. So there's the problem.
Yeah, but it's... Plan B sometimes can be just as entertaining as the original plan.
I didn't realise he'd broken. I thought it was just with the bottles. I was going to say that serves
you right. There was a
No, I know. So I was ready to really kill him. But still, so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
And we're coming down in about 50 minutes' time.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
So that'd be good. So...
And the great thing is that Andy, although he knows how that car runs like clockwork and how he's never bracket raced. It's always been heads up.
No, I know.
So good move, Keith.
Well, it's going to be fun, isn't it? Everyone's going to enjoy it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I can't lose any more money.
No. You got to balance the books, mate.
Yeah.
So
good. Right. Well, we'll see you soon.
All right, Keith. Thanks very much, Steve. Keith Bartlett. 1-1 at the moment with Andy Bond. Going to have that decided in about an hour's time. All right, Elaine Hancock, Crazy Lady Racing. So here comes Elaine then. And the car up to the beams. So she's been launching really well, but hopefully they can go a bit further than the going past the tree this time round. But it's an all new combination. It's almost a carbon copy of yesterday's runs, but 118 60 foot, still launching well. But they will get that sussed. They totally will. Good team, great car, and a driver that is not shy at all. So fingers crossed for them. As we look into the lanes to see, oh, it's that box of chocolates again. I just open it up and you go, oh yeah, I'll have that one, please. Things are, they're all tucked around the corner and I can't see who's firing up, which makes it even more interesting, so we don't know who it is until they come around the corner. Well, the support vehicle is moving out the way. I think it's the Haggis Hunter. Indeed it is. Mick Hanna coming around the corner now. So Mick's going to be on his own for this one. Phenomenal 7:21 yesterday. Aha, so it's somebody else far up then. So as I say, yesterday Mick absolutely flew down that quarter mile. 7:21 second pass. 186 miles an hour. What has he got for us today? Bizarrely, conditions as good, if not slightly better. Oh, front wheels came up in the air. Mick clicked it very early indeed. So just coasting up to the stripe. So just rolled over the finish line there. Still doing 27 mile an hour, so should have enough momentum to get to that first exit and go through the gate. Swings out left. And didn't make it over. So the quad's just going out to retrieve him. He was so close, yet so far, so that'll be a quick retrieval. So the tow rope hooked up. Keith Freeman and Andy Park do their burnouts. As the top end clears. So it'll be good for these two to go. So side by side, 9-second run, hopefully. Andy Park with that supercharged Ford Model Y. Been 9.74 this weekend. And Keith Freeman, a best of 9.25. Cracking run from Keith. So Keith, birthday boy from yesterday, goes 9.40 today. 144 mile an hour pass. Andy Park just lifted it and goes 12.42 at 90 miles an hour. It was basically coasting by the time he got to the 8th. So Mike Couch with a little Hemi Hustler. And the Agamemnon. Jeremy and Luke Watts doing his burnout. So as midday appears on the clocks, side by side at the 8th. Not far off, side by side at the corner. 8.33 a pair. Oh, cracking pairing that one. Then Luke Watts and Mike Couch both go 8.33. Both over 160 miles an hour. Both with 0.2 reaction times, as if they were shadowing each other the whole way. Good race, that. All right, Ron Bartlett had some cracking races yesterday, all three of them with Paul Dale. Went to best of 7.9 yesterday. Thoroughly enjoyed the match racing. But today, going alongside. Rocket puts in a big burnout, goes alongside Des Taylor in Thunder God. So Rocket Ron Bartlett, as I say, being in the sevens yesterday. 7.92 was his best. But special invitation to join the Supercharged Outlaws this weekend, purely so he could do some match racing, or grudge racing if you like, with Paul Dale. Des Taylor this weekend, best of 7.72. Looks a bit odd when you look at the supercharged 4 Model T Altered, taking on that little 105, that 105E. Realising they're both 7-second cars. Good pairing again, 7.96, and Ron Bartlett with his quickest of the weekend, 7.90, both over 170 mile an hour. Des running 178, Rocket running 174. Johnny and Kirsten show. So good to have Kirsten back with us with Susie Q. A huge monumental rebuild of pretty much everything on the car. New chassis, all engine now is just a monumental rebuild, this one. And not about Johnny with the Willis. Now joined properly with the Supercharged Outlaws. So a 9.74 best from Johnny this weekend. Let's see if we can do this one now. Oh, massive tight shake for Kirsten there. That was huge. That would probably rattle every bone in her body, that one. But a 9.87, 132 for Johnny. And yeah, making a bit of a sprint for the tractor there. As Kirsten just rolls on up. So whilst Ian does a little bit of sledding, Nitro FM 96.2 if you can take the airwaves, and we'll be back with you shortly. But the Smurf tang, though, see what's Smith. Oh, very close to the wall. Pulls it away. Good looking run, though. 10.43, 126. First time on track. Smithy goes 11.79, 112. Well, for all intents and purposes, this looks like another 9-second run. 9.74, 136 mile an hour. Absolutely outstanding. One more. No, that's it. Lots of wheel spin off the line, though, for Dom. Not letting Glyn get away, though. 9.89 for Glyn Boardman. That was a cracking run. 10.50 is in the Kestrel beer lane. Families look on. They're both into stage, no messing about. The lights go green. And Loz gets there first with 11.13 to 11.51. Yeah, we like that. Now take the throttle stops off. Going alongside the little Opus. Adrian Sidwell putting in another run. Getting loads of runs as he always does. 10.44 there for Jim. Adrian going through there with a 16.60. 9 Nash Metropolitan with wheelie bars running a 496 cubic inch big block. Yeah, absolutely outrageous vehicle. Well, Tim's disappearing into the distance here. 15.64, 85 miles an hour. What you can do then? .23, 136 mile an hour pass. Quickest run for that car this weekend. A puff of smoke at the stripe there. The car takes the top exit, also entry. To let everybody know that Fuelers Bar is now open. If you need to top up from last night. So Duncan having a pretty good time actually. He's well and truly getting the pedal down. 9.49 this weekend, 142 mile an hour. Let's see what he's got this time round. Powering his way through, getting quite close to the centre line, but runs a 9.23 at 147 mile an hour pass there. Simon Glenn going through with a 10.59. Fair to say it has been a bit warm. So Nick Blanche. I had the message that I didn't want to hear, but then I do know the end result. As Nick Blanche goes through with a 12.47, 108. Andy Bond has messaged me to basically saying that broke the pinion. It's Alan. Phil goes through with a 12.13 and Beavis goes through with a 12.52. Okay, so making their way up to the line. First pair of bowls pre-stage. Second set means you're a set. Tree will count you down, then off you go. $12.91 and $13.23. Lovely looking run from the Fadster. 796, 170 mile an hour pass there. Well, fair to say that new engine is working. Looks a bit odd when you look at the supercharged 4 Model T Altered taking on that little 105, that 105E. Realising they're both 7-second cars. Good pairing again, 7.96, and Ron Bartlett with his quickest of the weekend, 7.90, both over 170 mile an hour. All best from Johnny this weekend. Let's see what he can do this time round. Oh, massive tight shake for Kirsten there. That was huge. That would probably rattle every bone in her body, that one. But a 9.87, 132 for Johnny. And yeah, making a bit of a sprint for the tractor there. There's Kirsten just... It's as if we timed that, isn't it? We have Supercharged Outlaws fired up in the pairing lanes. Straight after Supercharged Outlaws, we do have the Spider-Man Jet Dragster down there. Also, just to remind everybody, we do have the Battle of Britain Memorial flight coming in. Slight change to the timings. They are due at 12:53, not 1 o'clock as it was originally scheduled for. So yeah, coming in 10 minutes earlier. They were scheduled for 13:03. They're coming in at 12:53. Well, when I say they, it is a Spitfire today as far as we know. So coming underneath the tower now, it is Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire and the Bond Hannis and Osborne slingshot of Joe Bond. Where's Roy going? Big time burnout there for Roy Wilding. So Joe Bond 6:41 yesterday. Roy Wilding 7.60. So just the pre-run checks being completed there for Roy Wilding. Just making sure those harnesses are done up good and tight. So as Roy comes up to the line. Let's see what these two have got for us then. Chariots of Fire and of course Joe Bond. Well, Roy Wilding goes to 7:56, but big tank slapper there for Joe. So we'll just let our track teams do what they do. And if Nitro FM can take over the airwaves, we'll come back to you as soon as possible. Interesting to see how this one pans out. Wayne is the quicker car, but Phil, he's no slouch. So it could be a proper match-up, this one. Both away well. Actually, identical reaction times. It's all about the top end. Oh, this is a tight one. Wayne Power takes that with a 9:43 to a lose at 9:60. With Rob Brindle, 8.50 ran in qualifying yesterday. Martin Payne waits the winner of this one. Rob Brindle goes through there with an 8.79 and another 10.2 second pass from Mark Bracking. But it is Rob Brindle. They'll be racing Martin Payne in round number 2. Neck and neck at half track. Ben Kennedy takes that one with an 8.94. Yeah. Oh, fantastic run there for Ben Kennedy. 146 mile an hour. So John qualified really well with a 7.18. He was 103, 104, 60 foot numbers. Absolutely fine. 102, 60 foot, but John getting way out of shape at the stripe. 764, 148 mile an hour. Into round number 2, 11:43 for Brian, but John Webster, my goodness me, what a driving job that was. The target number. At 10.99, that's his PB. Let's see if we can go any quicker. Well, really want Rob to break out here. Want him to go under that 10.99, because if he does, that'll be a new PB. That'll be his second ever time in the 10s as well. Only went 11.01 yesterday, so there's every possibility he could do this. That's looking good at the stride. Yes, 10.91. 10.91, 118 miles an hour. He got there too quick to build up any speed, but what a way to team as they go up to collect Rob from the top end and give him the news that he's got a new PB. So Chris goes into stage. There goes Steve. So 11.20 and 8.76 the target numbers. 11.01 for Steve Garland. 11.60. James at 9.20. $9.95, 127 there for James that time. Paul Tarry gets a 14.76. A couple of issues on the run. Weaving them way up the track there. 10.20 there for Keith Crampton. Jim Tanner goes 9.76. $9.82 and 10.74. What is his number of choice? Rory Hart with the Braveheart, the little Opel GT 1150. $10.60 for Rory Hart. Lovely little run there. Absolutely chuffed to bits for the young lad. I think that's a PB as well, actually. Ian, is that his best ever? It is. Mick Darlingham 9.90. Terry 10.30. $9.62. Nicely done, Mick. And a 10.61 for Terry. Well, Ford has already gone 9.22 for a PB yesterday. Can he improve on that? Can he get that 9.10? That would be pretty cool. Got nicely off the line, that's for sure. $9.20. It is another PB. Look at the speed, 146. So with the antique toy, looking for 10.13. 10:16 for Dan Wilson. And a 10:32 for the Raging Cajun. Pete goes 11:37 and a 13:20 there for Rich. Alan's already been into the mid-sevens with the Scud altered. Looks like it's Alan Schofield getting there first with a 7:65. Alan goes through there 8:97 off the gas at the stripe, but good run for Alan. And Rob Brown. Well, 8:48 and 6:69 are the target numbers. 8:49 and 6:74. What a cracking pairing that one was. Well, Rob just 100th off. Bob just 500ths off, but was a cracking round in 9:30. That's right, they're both marks. That doesn't help anybody. Mark Haswell dials in 9:30. Mark Wade 13:10. Big gap on the tree. So Mark Wade, off he goes. Mark Haswell's got to be real patient here. Sets off in pursuit. .941 there for Mark Haswell. 144 miles an hour. And a 15:31 for Mark Wade. Scott Collin looking for an 8:60. Clive Charles at 12:48. Well, fair to say that Scott Collin is having a phenomenal weekend this weekend. PB after PB, he's knocked nearly 3/10 of a second off his best ever numbers. And he's on another flyer here. Oh, great run for Clive Charles there, goes 12:50. Scott Collin goes 8:74. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off the line, just couldn't get the grip. Goes 12:83 at 1:07. Actually, he's best of the weekend. Well done, Paul, despite the little wheel spin off the line. Harry Cork with the Nostalgia Superstock entry. All eyes, fair to say, going to be on Stuart this one to see if he can go quicker than that 9:84 from yesterday. 1:39 to 60 foot, a little bit off what he ran yesterday, but we're talking 200ths of a second. 9:88 today. Almost matched the Tri-Chevy. .10.25 there for Doug. That's his quickest of the weekend. Well done. 134 mile an hour pass there. Also quick. 11:46, 121 mile an hour pass there. Quite as quick as yesterday, but still getting the job done. And 50. See what Dave's got for us this morning then. Straight and true as normal. 9:73, 132 mile an hour pass there for Dave. Nice pass there. Best of the weekend for them. 123 mile an hour run. So Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett, matchup number 2. It's 1-0 to Andy this morning. Keith went way too soon. I think he tried to guess when the light was going to come on, not really concentrating on the tree. Just one of those things. The good thing is that Keith's got that one out of the way. So let's see what happens in this second matchup then. Andy Bond just let the burnout smoke out of the car. So it was 2-1 to Andy yesterday in their best of 3. This is the second one of today. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat and Andy Bond not with the Ugly Sister this time. Oh, backfire from Andy Bond, so that's going to be 1-1. Keith Bartlett disappears into the distance with a 10:33, 129. But no idea what happened to Andy there. He just coughed and sputtered. They had, bizarrely, they both had identical reaction times, 0.31. Well, fingers crossed for Andy. He stopped the car pretty quick. And he's being pushed back. Oh, I hope we can make the decider later on. Absolute gorgeous car there. Well, the Ugly team have got something to get on with now. Sort the car out for the decider a little bit later on today. Don't call me a free bird. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of an update from the top end. Obviously, you saw Joe Bond clout the wall on the right-hand side there and BMW came to a stop at the top end of the shutdown area. But the good news is that Joe got out of the car under his own steam and walked to the ambulance himself and has just gone over to the med centre to be checked over. So good news there from Joe. Similar numbers these two family, both in the low to mid tens. Moment when we get an incident on track, but we cannot say anything until we have official word. There's no point in us trying to guess anything at all. So we do wait for word, and it's excellent news that Joe did get out of the car under his own steam. Horswell goes 10.53. Dan Bates goes 10.45. Right. Just to let you know what else is going on site at the moment. We need some vehicles moving before I go into other bits. Behind the start line, there was 3 vehicles. It's now been joined by a Ford flatbed with a car on the back, a green car. Can't quite see what it is from here. But the vehicles I need moving, please. There's a white Toyota Aygo, registration number EA14LHZ. A silver Toyota Avensis, ST... Can't quite read the number there. S734EGH. And a black Mustang, M687 CTR. They are parked behind the tower. In actual fact, I think one of the vehicles is just about to move anyway. So it's behind the start line area on the roadway. Is not a parking area. That's where people need to have access to get vehicles in and out. Obviously, if you turn up there with a lorry, you're not going to be able to get through. So that area does need to be kept clear. In actual fact, one of the vehicles just moving out of the way. That's the one with the car on the back. So thank you for that one. So the white Toyota Aygo, the silver Toyota Avensis, and the black Mustang parked behind the tower. Parked behind the barn. These need to be moved, please. We still have plenty of entertainment to come. We have the Spider-Man jet of Julian down there. They are lined up. We just need to do a little bit of track work. Basically, we've got no fluid on the track, which is good, but just where Joe dinked the wall of it, there's some paint and everything that's come off, so they're just taking care of that at the moment. We've still got plenty of stuff in the lanes as well. We've got Gasser Circus round number 2. We've got Run What You Brung down there as well. So there's still plenty of track action to come. Obviously, you've still got that phenomenal car show over there, which is all of our NSRA members and guests that are down there with a huge selection of vehicles. So make sure you do check that out. And we are not that far away at all from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in just around about 10 minutes' time, actually. The Spitfire due in today. Slight change of plan, 12:53 instead of 1:03 p.m. So that is due in 12 minutes' time. In the meantime, Nitro FM, just take it back again and we'll tell you when we're good up and ready to get going again. Yeah, only one today. It was scheduled for 2, but yeah, we're down to 1. It is indeed. Yeah, over to you. Okay, so we have the Spider-Man jet underneath the tower, and this time he's in the Slick Tricks lane. So I'm going to get nice and warm as we get ready for Julian Webb's first run of the day. So if you're not in a viewing position, now would be a good time to do it if you want to see Julian put a run. He had a great run yesterday, 5.94. Nice sub 6 second pass. And there we go. We can hear the jet starting up. Oh, proper flame show from the Spider-Man jet with Julian at the controls. Now, are we going to see another 5 second pass? Although it's nice to have Julian underneath me, I preferred it when he was in the other lane, to be honest. It really does rattle the tower. All the windows want to jump in as well. But fortunately, it's pretty well built up here these days. So, Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet just bringing it up to the stage. There we go. The lights go. Julian builds it all up and launches the Spider-Man jet. Clicks it at the 8th mile, still coasting through to a 6.39 at 202 miles an hour. Shoots Blossom in the shutdown area. And a nice pass indeed. 4.11 at 185 miles an hour at the 8th. And that was bizarre because even though he did click it early, he still went faster at the quarter than he did at the 8th. So there we go, the Spider-Man jet team going to pick up Julian from the top end. As it's now time for Gasser Circus Eliminations round number 2. Well, it's still a championship to fight for here for these teams. We've still got numbers 1, 2, 4 and 5 in the points chase in eliminations. We've just got to work it all out. If various people fall by the wayside, it basically knocks them out of the championship, but we just got to see who falls and when, because only one person can take the win. Only 2 people can make the final. And I'm just going to have a quick look to see who can meet who, where. So Ray Turner. In actual fact, Steve. Bizarrely, I don't think any of the top 5 that are still in eliminations can meet until the semi-finals. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how this all pans out. Right, anyway, enough guessing what's going to happen. Let's see it happen for real. First up then, Graham Barton taking on Chris Layram. Now, Chris is the points leader coming into this event. $10.58 dial-in for Graham Barton. $10.14 dial-in for Chris Layram. So can Graham put a big dent in Chris Layram's championship hopes? But Chris is your points leader coming into this event. Graham will be leaving first. 10.58 Darling, then Chris with that 10.14. Going to try and close him down, get past him before the stripe, but not break out. Whoever breaks out hands the win to the other. If they both break out, then whoever breaks out by the least. So Graham Barton out in front. Chris Layram doing the chasing. Graham looks like he's got his nose in front, and Graham Barton takes the win. 0.8 at the stripe. So Chris Layram is out. That's your points leader gone. Now, Chris has got to hope that the cards fall nicely for him. Right, this is John Gibson. No, Simon Prest. So John Gibson is going to be on a solo here. Dials a 10.63. Going to take it all the way through. Wants to know what the car can run. Wants an indication of what to dial when he comes next round for his quarter final. 10.73. Sean Milsom and Tony Pearson. So Sean is 7th in the points. I don't think he can take the championship. He's too far back. But still around to win. So 10.40 plays 10.06, but Sean Milson gets there first. Tony backs out. Sean Milson through round three even, sorry. Right, next up then, Ray Turner with Green Onions. If he wins this round of racing, he will go past Chris Layram. Got to get past Nick Hewison though. Nick Darling in 9.83, Ray Turner 10.78. It's all down to Green Onions and Ray Turner. If Ray loses this race, Chris Layram's going to stay in front in the points. But if he wins, Ray Turner going to take the lead. Green light drag race. So let's sort this one out at the stripe. Going to be a close one. Oh, it's Ray Turner going 10.93, but taking the win, Nick Hewison. So that's one contender definitely out. Ray Turner cannot win the championship now. Simon Prest can't win it. So Chris Layram has got that points lead. I don't know if there's enough rounds of racing available to Steve Matthews. He's the only championship contender left, but I think he's going to have to win the meeting to take the points lead. But let's see what happens. Going alongside Nervous Nick. 11.40 plays 9.55. There goes Nick. Steve Matthews sets off in pursuit. Steve's got to win this one. If not, it's game over and the title will go to Chris Layram. Steve Matthews takes the win, 9.68 to lose out 11.76. So Steve Matthews, he's now going to start climbing up the points ladder. But has he got enough rounds of racing available? We will find out. Right, this is Billy Jones on a solo. So he dials a 10.52. Goes 10.59, nicely run there for Billy. Right, your final pair in this round then. Harvey Turner with Nurse Stoner. That cracking Gasser darling in 1185. That lovely little Chevy Nova going alongside Martin Hallam with the Willis. 1185 plays 976. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semi-finals. Oh, and it is going to be Martin Hallam with a win. Harvey Turner goes red by the most minuscule margin ever. 0.0002 red light. So a 989 for Martin Hallam takes the win, but Harvey Turner, how close to a perfect light was that? 0002 red. Oh, so close. But it is Martin Hallam that goes through. Right, so we now need to get our calculators out and try and work out the points, but we definitely know that Ray Turner can't win the championship. Jason Pickett can't win it. Simon Press can't win it. And here comes the Spitfire. So I'll switch the mic off and let you watch the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. As the Spitfire banks right, having just come down. And you can watch this one in front of your eyes. So microphone silence, radio silence, and enjoy the show. Okay, so the Spitfire been and gone as he heads off onto his next port of call. So a brief visit, but always good to see it. So back to slingshot action here. The Wheeldon and Charman slingshot dragster. James Charman at the wheel. Abbott dragster. Oh, and the engine dies as he comes back towards the start line. So our crew just legging it out there, just making sure everything is A-OK. So unfortunately not going to be able to make the run as we look into the lanes to see all of our Run What You Brungers are down there. As the 1 o'clock hour approaches. So just kind of a nosy to see in the lanes. Aha! I can see Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett are down there for their deciding run. I can see head of the lanes. I think is that Tom? Not quite sure. But yeah, it's a bit of a mix of vehicles down there as per usual, as you would expect actually. At a Run What You Brung at the Hot Rod Drags. I've mentioned it a few times and I'll say it again. It is just the best mix of vehicles you'll ever see at a Run What You Brung. There's something for everybody down there. Also the that car show that's around there, the car park area for the NSRA. There's a great selection of vehicles down there. Hope I get a chance to go and check it out. So just waiting to see who flinches next and who's going to come around the corner. Obviously, we need to get the slingshot just out of the way. As it awaits the tow vehicle, or to be hooked up to it. It is going to be Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett, the decider. And what happens when Andy Bond leaves his pristine Chevy out in the weeds too long? It starts to deteriorate and it gets ugly, and that's what happens. So you saw the pristine Chevy. Now you're going to see the ugly one. This is Plan B. This is the decider of Andy Bond taking on Keith Bartlett. Now then, we have a difference this time because obviously the car that Andy Bond has brought out the trailer is his 6-second street eliminator car. There is absolutely no way that Keith can beat this in normal terms. Andy's put on the back window, I identify as a 55. I like that. Even though it's a 56. But there we go. So the 57 and the 56. So it is a bracket race. There you see all the numbers on the scoreboard. 1027 plays 750. Now, Andy doesn't bracket race. He's a heads-up racer. So this is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see if Andy Bond can run a number. Let's see how this one pans out. Andy Bond going to have to bump it into stage Keith Bartlett. Does Andy actually need boost for this? I don't know, but let's see. Keith Bartlett's going to be leaving first. There he goes. And there goes Andy Bond. Right now, Andy has got to run 750. Keith Bartlett, 10.27 at the stripe. Andy Bond goes too quick. He breaks out. 7.42. Keith Bartlett. No, Andy's gone too quick. He broke out. 10.41 for Keith Bartlett. But look at the speed for Andy Bond. 202 miles an hour. Keith Bartlett just got pulverised at the finish line. But it was a bracket race. And Andy Bond went too quick. He went 7.42. But great entertainment. I'll let those two sort it out. But thanks ever so much indeed, guys. We enjoyed that. But yeah, the idea of a bracket race, because Andy Bond doesn't bracket race, the idea is you set a dial in and you don't go under it. That he did. But we'll let him off for 200 miles an hour, though. Oh, great entertainment. Thoroughly enjoying it. Right, just await an update to see what's going on. Right, okay, just had to get a double confirmation on that. It is a lunch break for our track crew. So, ladies and gentlemen, time for you to get fed and watered. Half an hour, and then when we come back, it's a continuation of Run What You Brung here at the Hot Rod Jags. It's a chance for me to go and have a look at that car show down there. So, half an hour, folks, and we will be back. This is scheduled, so it's in the programme, so we're sticking to it. Okay, folks, we'll see it a little bit. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Yep, so here they come, and I'm going to head downstairs. We'll see you in a moment. Right, as everybody disappears for their lunch break, just to remind everybody, you do have that immense car show to go and have a look at. Don't forget to visit all of our traders as well. Quite a few of them here supporting the event. So as our Crackle cars make their way down onto the racetrack, obviously we're going to have cars starting up in position. They've got the fridge magnets, caps, and other merchandise down there. So big thanks to NSR. Making their way down at the front of the queue. Also,
Yesterday's
while
Dream
you're down
Slingshot.
don't forget, just next to, well, behind
Brilliant
the
car for this.
is Blackett Photography.
Well, a very good evening, everybody. Morning on, sorry, evening on the banking. How are you all doing? Good to see you. Certainly worth hanging around this evening. Those of you on the grandstands, a very good evening to all of you as well.
Photography down there.
A brilliant hot rod drags.
I would imagine is down there as well.
Perfect conditions for it. Bit of a breeze. It has cooled down a fair bit, actually.
As well. Yesterday
Here he is, the absolute nutter. Aaron Windridge, real good to see you. How you doing, buddy? You're all right. I'm liking that the way that flips up. Very, very cool addition, that. Good to see you, Megan, as well. This young man here, my goodness me, Alan Schofield running 7 seconds, just like, an absolutely awesome weekend for Alan. And he's come to make some noise this evening as well. Absolutely fantastic. Well, I hope, yes it is, Frankie Taylor in the Banshee with Mick on the outside. Good to see you there, Frankie. Good to see you, Mick. Having fun out there, I bet. Well done, mate. The little Faust team, James Auld, fighting it out for the Wild Bunch. Good to see you, mate. Psycho Phil Druitt. Oh no, that's not Phil, it's the other one. Oh, it was, yeah. Well done. Wayne Power, very happy man indeed. Another PB today. Absolutely flying he was. I do believe that is Simon Prest with the rocket. I like the way he carries his passengers. He's got perfectly good seats in there. Make some noise, Simon Prest. Jason Pickett with a Cherry Bomb. Loving life, making some noise. Actually, I've got to say, these new strip lights are absolutely fantastic. Really shedding some great light onto the raceway. And bizarrely, they're not blinding. Although they're really bright, they're not that blinding. So really, really good to run under these new lights. Also, new lights in the shutdown area as well. So as they all get themselves into position. Just going to park, and then we're going to fire them all up, make some real noise this evening. Right, just going to check in the teams, just make sure they are all ready to fire up. I think you guys are ready, aren't you? You're well and truly ready. Okay, I think everybody else is. So what I want the crowd to do is to give them a 10 down to 1 countdown, and then when you all just shout, fire up, and then they're all going to start up and make some noise. So counting down then. Are we all ready at the other end? To 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire them up! ladies and gentlemen, our little Crackle Fest for you this evening. Always good to have yesterday's streams just rounding up the little Crackle show for us. But we're going to leave these cars where they are just for a moment. The Puries have been, you're going to have the fireworks going up in the air in a moment, and these cars make a great backdrop, and it's a good opportunity for the teams to get the photographs. What I would like to do, if possible, though, just get the teams and the drivers just to move over to the wall so that we can get the photographs with the fireworks in the background. But I'm sure you'll all agree, it's been an awesome day today. Great qualifying, great run what you've run. Loads of great numbers being run from so many people this weekend. And the weather has actually played ball as well. So it's just a few moments away for the fireworks. Right, so just ladies and gents, fireworks in about 30 seconds. And there'll be the other side of the banking, not at the top end, but the other side of the banking. So you literally got a great view. Those of you on the banking, if you swing around, you'll be able to see the fireworks as well. We're going to leave the cars in position so that they remain the backdrop for the fireworks display. So if everybody can move over towards the wall. Our track crew doing a bit of a scrape out there as well. So the fireworks are imminent. Enjoy.
Against him now with his runs. Oh, this is going to be the first of our side-by-side grudge match.
Right,
Here we go.
we've got to watch the tree and we've got to watch the numbers. So pick your Chevy. Do you want one with a supercharger or one with a bottle?
I'll tell you what, everybody on the banking, you can cheer for Keith Bartlett in the red car. And everybody on the grandstand, you can cheer for Andy in the yellow and white car. So that's your car in your lane, and the red car is in your lane for the banking. So Keith Bartlett, who owns Santapod, is in the red car, Roaring Rat, famous car. And in the other lane is Andy Bond.
Yeah.
And Andy, of course, is one of the quickest man in the street eliminator class. This is for 500 quid. So you're cheering for the yellow and white car in the grandstand. You on the banking are cheering for the old man in the red car. Here we go. Now then.
A little bit of a staging duel. Keith. Oh no, Andy's gone in
Andy's gone
first.
straight in. Now then, Keith needs to cut a good light. That's what he was saying to us. Here we come.
Oh, he has.
Sportsman Tree.
Oh, KB with one of his best ever reaction times. Andy Bond's really going to have to try and reel him in at the stripe.
Well, he
I
is
don't think
reeling
he's
him
going to
in.
do it.
Yes, look at this.
10:05.
Big cheer from
Hot
the
shot
banking. Way.
Hey, Keith Bartlett pulled an 0.3 light there.
My goodness. Absolutely super.
And then, of course, got Gasser Circus behind them. There's Run With Your Brung as well. But the Saturday decider, they get to do this all again tomorrow. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat and Andy Bond with the 55 Chevy. Okay, so it is 1-1 coming into this decider between these two. Plenty of banter throughout the day. Plenty of banter prior to this as well. So what the ugly team got for us? So they got another 9. Keith is going to have to pull a light here. Been good racing between these two. Both just taking their time. Oh, Andy gets the jump. Looks like Andy's going to get to the stripe first with a 10.20 at 120 miles an hour. KB goes through with a 10.29 at 131. Right, next up then, the first of the best of 3 for today for Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat, taking on Andy Bond. Well, it was 2-1 to Andy Bond in the end yesterday. Let's see if these scores can be levelled out here, or is Andy going to march on? Anyway, it's best of 3. This is the first one. So Andy is in, just Keith to roll in. There he goes. And it is 1-0 to Andy Bond. Keith puts a massive cherry on the tree there. Well, let's see what the numbers are at the top end. 10.27 and coasting 11.59. So 1-0 to Andy. Yeah, Keith went just way too soon there. Past their best of the weekend for them. 123 mile an hour run. So Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett, matchup number 2. It's 1-0 to Andy this morning. Keith went way too soon. I think he tried to guess when the light was going to come on, not really concentrating on the tree. Just one of those things. The good thing is that Keith's got that one out of the way. So let's see what happens in this second matchup then. Andy Bond just let the burnout smoke out of the car. So it was 2-1 to Andy yesterday in their best of 3. This is the second one of today. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat and Andy Bond not with the Ugly Sister this time. Oh, backfire from Andy Bond, so that's going to be 1-1. Keith Bartlett disappears into the distance with a 10:33.129. But no idea what happened to Andy there. It just coughed and sputtered. They had, bizarrely, they both had identical reaction times, 0.31. Well, fingers crossed for Andy. He stopped the car pretty quick. And he's been pushed back. Oh, I hope we can make the decider later on. Absolute gorgeous car there. Well, the Ugly team have got something to get on with now. Sort the car out for the decider a little bit later on today. And that's what happened. So you saw the pristine Chevy. Now you're going to see the ugly one. This is Plan B. This is the decider of Andy Bond taking on Keith Bartlett. Now then, we have a difference this time because obviously the car that Andy Bond has brought out of the trailer is his 6-second street eliminator car. There is absolutely no way that Keith can beat this in normal terms. Andy's put on the back window, I identify as a 55. I like that. Even though it's a 56. But there we go. So the 57 and the 56. So it is a bracket race. There you see all the numbers on the scoreboard. 1027 plays 750. Now, Andy doesn't bracket race. He's a heads-up racer, so this is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see if Andy Bond can run a number. Let's see how this one pans out. Andy Bond going to have to bump it into stage Keith Bartlett. Does Andy actually need boost for this? I don't know, but let's see. Keith Bartlett's going to be leaving first. There he goes. And there goes Andy Bond. Right now, Andy has got to run 750. Keith Bartlett, 10:27 at the stripe. Andy Bond goes too quick. He breaks out. 7:42. Keith Bartlett. No, Andy's gone. So can Graham put a big dent in Chris Layram's championship hopes? But Chris is your points leader coming into this event. Graham will be leaving first. 10.58 Darling, then Chris with that 10.14. Going to try and close him down, get past him before the stripe, but not break out. Whoever breaks out hands the win to the other. If they both break out, then whoever breaks out by the least. So Graham Barton out in front. Chris Layram doing the chasing. Graham looks like he's got his nose in front, and Graham Barton takes the win. 0.8 at the stripe. So Chris Layram is out. But still around to win. So 10.40 plays 10.06, but Sean Milson gets there first. Tony backs out. Sean Milson through to round three even, sorry. Right, next up then, Ray Turner with Green Onions. If he wins this round of racing, he will go past Chris Layram. And at 10.78, it's all down to Green Onions and Ray Turner. If Ray loses this race, Chris Layram's going to stay in front in the points. But if he wins, Ray Turner going to take the lead. Green light drag race. So let's sort this one out at the stripe. Going to be a close one. Ah, it's Ray Turner going 10.93, but taking the win, Nick Hewison. So that's one contender definitely out. Going alongside Nervous Nick. 11.40 plays 9.55. There goes Nick. Steve Matthews sets off in pursuit. Steve's got to win this one. If not, it's game over, and the title will go to Chris Layram. Steve Matthews takes the win, 9.68 to lose out 11.76. So Steve Matthews on a solo. So he dials a 10.52. Goes 10.59, nicely run there for Billy. Going alongside Martin Hallam with the Willis. 11.85 plays 9.76. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semi-finals. Oh, and it is going to be Martin Hallam with the win. Harvey Turner goes red by the most minuscule margin ever. 0.0002 red light. So a 9.89 for Martin Hallam takes the win, but Harvey Turner, how close to a perfect light was that? Triple O. Just let everybody know that Fuelers Bar is now open if you need to top up from last night. So Duncan having a pretty good time actually. He's well and truly getting the pedal down. 9.49 this weekend, 142 mile an hour. Let's see what he's got this time round. Powering his way through, getting quite close to the centre line, but runs a 9.23 at 147 mile an hour pass there. Simon Glenn going through with a 10.59. Fair to say it has been a bit warm. So Nick Blanche. I had the message that I didn't want to hear, but then I do know the end result. As Nick Blanche goes through with a 12:47.108. Andy Bond has messaged me to basically saying that broke the pinion. Miss Allen. Phil goes through with a 12:13, and Beavis goes through with a 12:52. Okay, so making their way up to the line then. First pair of bowls pre-stage. Second set means you're a set. Tree will count you down, then off you go. $12.91 and $13.23. Lovely looking run from the Fadster. 796, 170 mile an hour pass there. Well, fair to say that new engine is working. Looks a bit odd when you look at the supercharged 4 Model T Altered taking on that little 105, that 105E. Realising they're both 7-second cars. Good pairing again, 796, and Ron Bartlett with his quickest of the weekend, 790, both over 170 mile an hour. All best from Johnny this weekend. Let's see what we can do this time round. Oh, massive tire shake for Kirsten there. That was huge. That would probably rattle every bone in the body, that one. But a 987, 132 for Johnny. Yeah, making a bit of a sprint for the tractor there. Well, Roy Wilding goes to 756, but big tank slapper there for Joe. So we've all had a comfort break, and we are back. And we're back with 100 E's. Mark Haswell and Matt Stanley. Your first pair back after the lunch break. Managed to have a little wander into the parent lanes. Didn't get very far, but caught up with a few people. Got some good information. Thanks ever so much indeed. Nice to catch up with you. So 12:37 and 9:35 target numbers for these two. Oh, 9:38, sorry, for Mark. 12:37 for Matt. $9.42, 12:44. Pretty close actually to the dialing numbers. Right, 860 target then for Scott Collin. And 1030 for Stuart. There we you go, numbers up on the boards. $8.74 there for Scott Collin. $10.41 for Stuart Flitton. Stuart the closer to the dial in there. Scott very eager to get down the track though. Mind you, Scott, every run an 8 second pass this weekend. Gotta be happy with that. No. Okay, I'll try to put a bit of a positive spin on it, Monica. Good to see you though. All right, Clive Charles down there in the Kestrel beer lane. He'll be dialing in a 12 something. And he got a 12.50 there. All right, see where. Wait for Clive to appear underneath the tower. He's there, just got to wait for him to come forward. Oh, maybe not. So unfortunately, Clive being pushed backwards there. Not the direction he wanted to go. So let's see what Tim Evans can do. Looking for that 12.50. Goes 12.15. So I don't know what happened to Clive down there, but knowing Clive, you'll be pretty frustrated about that. Hopefully he can get out and do another run a bit later on. Right. So back into Run What You Brung, good and proper. So, first appearance of this 67 Camaro this weekend. Well, anybody knows me, a bit partial to first gen Camaro, so hopefully this one goes well. Going alongside the screen says Aaron Percy. But, taking the El Camino down the Kestrel beer lane. $12.13 plays a 14.02. All right, Dave Mott with the Brickyard Shaker going alongside Lee Johnson with the Ain't No Saint Volvo. Absolutely delighted to say that I got hold of another Hot Wheels Volvo courtesy of the Ain't No Saint team this weekend. So many thanks indeed for getting one in for me. I've got the red one to go with the green one now. The only thing I didn't get was Lee to autograph it, which I wish I did now. So a low 10 coming up. Would love to see a 9, but I think it'd be a low 10. Yep, 10.23, 133. And Dave Mott goes through with a 13.23 at 103. Well, we got one current Nostalgia Superstock car down there with Gary Cork. Going alongside one that I wish was. I've got that 66 Plymouth down there. Ripe for Nostalgia Superstock. Well, fair to say Gary's actually quite pleased with the amount of runs he's been getting in this weekend. Changed the rear end gear ratio, and he says it hasn't made any difference at all. Goes 11.78 at 115 miles an hour. He's still smiling though. Now, unbeknown to me, I actually caught up with Nick in the lanes as well with the 39 Ford, and up until now, every one of his runs, he had a passenger, so no wonder he was going that fraction bit slower. But this time he's on his own. And talking about passengers, the Camaro's been taking a few people down the track as well this weekend. So from what I understand, this will be the last run for the Ford today. Going to bolt his normal road wheels on and head off back. He's got a long journey back to Bristol. And goes 11.56 at 122. Can we have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? And one call out that I need to make, I've got to do it at the moment, I've got my counter cans, is that Outlaw Anglia have been called into the lanes as well, and got a message that they couldn't find John Webster anywhere, so we need to get John back to the pits. So we need Outlaw Anglia, they've been called, and also the Wild Bunch, another call for you into the lanes, please. Right, Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, and you've got AJ with the Chevy down there. So Dave's already run in the 9s, comfortably so, 9.7. Goes 9.85 on that particular pass. And AJ goes 11.55 at 119. The affectionately named Smurf Tang. So the Smith squad down there. And I've got a name of Pete Nash down there. With the Dart. The Dart just putting away a little bit. They're fairly even to the 8th. At 10.59, 11.58. Right, Dom Sharp down there with the Firebird. He's only put one run in today. Going alongside Doug Harwood. He's put in quite a few this weekend. So best so far for Doug, 10.25. Dom has been 10.57. Well, good launches for both of them, but can they both set their best times of the weekend on these passes? I think Dom certainly will. Well, yeah, 100%. 9.98, 135, and fair dues for Doug. 10.24 at 133. So good runs for both of them indeed. Okay, good to catch up with Dave Mace in the lanes. It wasn't Dave in the car all weekend long. But I've now been corrected, so it is Dave this time. A huge amount of rebuilding, a new engine in the car. Well, new to them, I should say. But this time it is Dave behind the wheel. Going alongside Clive Charles. Fair to say that's going rather well. 8.13, 162. Worth all of the work that they put into that. That engine working rather sweetly there. And do you know what? They're only going to turn it up from there. So good run there. Clive Charles goes through with 11.98, 114 mile an hour pass there. Very, very tidy run indeed. Bizarrely, in Run What You Brung, Dave Mace has just gone into the number 6 spot. And bearing in mind the quickest Run What You Brung car we got is the Spider-Man Jet. And you've got 3 supercharged Outlaws. Well, no, 4 supercharged Outlaws in effect. And then Dave Mace. So it's the Lawson and Lobb show. If you fancy your Anglias in the traditional shape of the 105, or how about the estate version? (15:31), 87 miles an hour against a 16:03, also at 87 miles an hour. Phil, you can't push the car. You've got to let Loz get on with it. Right, so Beth, she's aiming for that 11.2. Phil's taken a little bit of the throttle stop off, 10.90. Now, I had a word with Loz in the break. I've told her when Phil's not looking to take the whole throttle stop out and change that 10 to a 9, and then we'll have some real fun. So, Beth, with the 33 Willis. Well, I think one thing's been proven. Both of these ladies can drive. We know that. We knew that before they even got behind the wheel today. Let's see how they get on. (10.96), 11.55, nicely judged. Phil, we got to have words, mate, because Loz is approaching my times. You know, she's only a 10th behind me now. Can't have this. No, it's not. No, it's gone. I'm glad you can't hear it. You have to play it through the live feed later on. Right, next up then, Nick Blanche with that lovely Chevy. Matte black is always a cool colour for a race car. Going alongside Gary Carr with the Boiling Point Nova. So what's Gary got for us today? 11.29 with all the zeros. And Nick Blanche goes through with a 12.47. Right, fingers crossed for Sally Warner down there with the Camaro. Been struggling with ignition problems yesterday. Looks like they may have a handle on it this morning, but this will be the run that determines if it's problem solved or problem still there. Well, it sounded good and strong. 944, 148. We know the car's been quicker, but at least it's going A to B. Under power. 1570 there at 86 miles an hour. And the hits just keep on coming. The Nash Metropolitan. Big block Chevy Pat. I love that. That is so cool. Going alongside the home-built rod of Alan Bartlett. So Nash Metropolitan 1959 with a 496 cubic inch big block Chevy. It's not a combination that you'd expect to see or hear anywhere. Going 10.51, 136 miles an hour as well. car is well sorted. Right, next up, Daniel Bates going alongside Paul Smale. So I did catch up with Paul in the lanes. I'll say he's going pretty well today, but he assured me it was going better yesterday. So let's see how he gets on this one. One of our nostalgia superstock racers. Obviously used to run an El Camino, but now in this cracking Chevelle, nice wheels up launch. (10:42, 10:58). That's Dan's quickest run of the weekend. Well done, Dan. Paul just dropping off pace a little bit there, losing a tenth of what he was running before. Adrian Sidwell with the little Opus down there. So he's not far away from his 50th anniversary with that car. It's pretty rare to have a car that old still racing, but it's even rarer to have the same owner all those years. Right, going alongside Brian Huxley, back behind the wheel of the Can-Do 2 reborn Toyota Corolla. Darren Huxley had a phenomenal pass in this car earlier on. Went into the 9.7s. Brian went into the 9.8s, but Brian hacked the line back behind the wheel. I wonder if Brian could get a 9.7. Adrian Sidwell just lining up with the little Opus, running in the 15/16 second zone this weekend. But here, every hot rod drags that I've ever been to. Spot the drag racer, 08 light. Yeah, 9.77 for Brian Huxley. Oh yeah, that is working, an absolute treat. Oh dear, you better be careful, he'll be nicking it off you next weekend, Mark. So Patrick Ibbotson just go through there with a 14.46. I tell you what, pretty close between those two at the stripe, just a tenth of a second. Right, Ian Smith with that Morris Minor set a PB this weekend. Congratulations to Ian. And not only that, he takes home one of the NSRA Dirty Dozen Awards as well. So a nice little reward for all the work he puts into this car. Sounding good and strong. That'll do. 11.24, 122. Happy days. Right, I think we're getting very, very close to Outlaw Anglia. In actual fact, it is Outlaw Anglia round 2. I knew they were coming, but I didn't realise they're underneath the tower straight away. So, round 2, eliminations for Outlaw Anglia. The Flying Fifer, Colin Miller, going to be going alongside Ben Kennedy. Ben, the latest member of the 8 Second Club, went 8.94 in round 1. Congratulations, Ben. Picked up his 8 second sticker not long after doing that run in the pits. Oh, sounds awesome. Lexus V8 power in there. But Ben knows he's got a mountain to climb here with Colin Miller in the other lane. But we race on the back top, not on paper, not on form books. Anything can happen, normally does. But this for a spot in the semi-finals then. Colin Miller, Ben Kennedy. So Colin Miller's going to get to the stripe first with a 790. Ben 871 for Ben Kennedy. Oh my goodness me. 140 mile an hour pass. That was absolutely outstanding for Ben Kennedy. Colin Miller takes the round win, 790 at 167. But, oh, what a monstrous PB for Ben Kennedy. 871. He ran his first 8 in round 1, went 894. He's just knocked off nearly a quarter of a second with that one. Unbelievable, but congratulations. Right, Martin Payne and Rob Brindle, your next pair. Rob Brindle got past Mark Bracking in round 1. Martin got past Doug McClure. Whoever wins this gets to meet Colin Miller in the semi-finals. Both away very well indeed. In actual fact, neck and neck off the line. So this is a race to the stripe. This is pretty close. Rob just got his nose in front and takes it with an 876 at 148 to a 915 at 150. So Rob Brindle into the semis. All right, next pair, John Webster, Wayne Power. Well, another man who's going to be leaving here with a new PB this weekend is Wayne Power. 9.20 in qualifying. One happy team. Even happier if we can get past John Webster here, but fair to say John's not had a clockwork weekend, or he went 7.18 in qualifying. The car's 60 foot, it's like no other, but just gets a bit loose at the top end, and John really does have to drive this car. But if Wayne can get so close to the 8s here, that'll be big party time for that team as well. But let's see what happens then. John Webster, Wayne Power. This for sport in the semis, of course. Well, John taking his usual wander goes for a 770, 922. He's backed up that 920 from earlier on. Nicely done. But John Webster, well, he's still all over the shop. But 103, 60 foot. And a win of 770 at just 136. Right, your last pair. Dalton Scarlett going to be alongside Andy Cunningham. Two real top blokes from Outlaw Anglia, these two. Andy Cunningham, always good for a chin wag. And with Agent Orange down there, he knows he's got a mountain to climb here to get past Dalton Scarlett. But I've got to know Dalton, Mark and the whole team. quite well this year. What they're trying to achieve with this car is, bizarrely, even with that 715, 192 on round one, there's still more to come. We've had two UK-based 6-second Outlaw Anglers. We had John Willard come over and set the record. Well, what can Dalton Scarlett do here? Oh, getting a bit loose. Still takes it though. 8:31, 146. Andy Cunningham, nice. 10:63 at 128. So that sets up the semi-finals then. Colin Miller taking on Rob Brindle. And I'm really intrigued to see what happens between John Webster and Dalton Scarlett, because Dalton didn't have it all his own way on that run. And John Webster is fighting issues as well, so that could be quite an entertaining semi-final. We move on to the Wild Bunch. Keith Crampton and Terry Clifford, your first pair. All right, so just been shut off whilst we do a track inspection in the Slick Tricks lane. So yeah, both of them just been pushed back for the moment. Well done to Outlaw Anglia, setting up some great semi-finals. As Ian sprints for the tractor, already got in it. And just doing a little bit of track work. Okay, Nitro FM 96.2, going to take the airwaves over just for a moment. We will be back with you with a continuation of the fun here at the Hot Rod Tracks when the Wild Bunch take to the track. This weekend, well, anybody knows me, a bit partial to first gen Camaro, so hopefully this one goes well. Going alongside that 66 Plymouth down there, ripe for Nostalgia Superstock. Well, fair to say Gary's actually quite pleased with the amount of runs he's been getting in this weekend. Changed the rear end gear ratio, and he says it hasn't made any difference at all. Goes 1178 at 115 miles an hour. He's still smiling though. About passengers, the Camaro's been taking a few people down the track as well this weekend. So from what I understand, this will be the last run for the Ford today. Going to bolt his normal road wheels on and head off back. He's got a long journey back to Bristol and goes 11.56 at 122. Can we have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? And so Dave's already run in the nines, comfortably so, 9.7. Goes 9.85 on that particular pass. And AJ goes 11.55 at 119. Dart just putting away a little bit there, fairly even to the 8. But 10.59, 11.58. A huge amount of rebuilding, a new engine in the car, well, new to them I should say, but this time it is Dave behind the wheel. Going alongside Clive Charles. Fair to say that's going rather well. 8.13, 162. worth all of the work that they put into that. That engine working rather sweetly there. And do you know what? They're only going to turn it up from there. So, good in the traditional shape of the 105. Oh, how about the estate version? (1531) 87 miles an hour against a 1603 also. Well, I think one thing's been proven: both of these ladies can drive. We know that. We knew that before they even got behind the wheel today. Let's see how they get on. (1096, 1155), nicely judged. 6 cubic inch, big block Chevy. It's not a combination that you'd expect to see or hear anywhere. Going 1051, 136 miles an hour as well. Car is well used to run an El Camino, but now in this cracking Chevelle, nice wheels up launch. Okay, we are back then with the 1058. That's Dan's quickest run of the weekend. Well done, Dan. Messages. All just and thanks for people getting in touch, and I'll relay some of those messages very shortly indeed. So it is Keith Crampton with the Sultan Shake. Unfortunately, Terry Crifford just been pushed back into the return road, so obviously not going to be able to make this run. So Keith looking for a 991 here. Gets a 1008. So it's the Charles Banks Special in the Kestrel Beer Lane Gavin and Pete campaign. This car going alongside James Griffin. Now then, James targeting a 920. He won't mind if he goes quicker than that. He gets a 915. Happy days. A new PB for James. What a debut for that young man. Alan Schofield is having way too much fun. Don't blame him though. He's in the Scud Altered this weekend. A best of 765 with this car. Going alongside Dan Wilson with the antique toy. His target number is a 1013. Here Alan Schofield backing up after the burnout with the engine hunting for fuel there on tick over. Very distinctive sound. So 10:13, place 7:59 here. That's a good looking race. 7:69 plays a 10:27. So well done to both of them. Right, Jim Tanner with the Shindigger taking on Rory Hart with that little Braveheart Opel GT. Now, interestingly, Rory, despite running a 1060 yesterday, has dialed it back to 1150 here. Or did he run that 1060 on that 1150 number yesterday? I thought, oh, I'll just keep going. Well, it's another 10. It's a 1084 for Rory Hart. And Jim Tanner goes 1025, 138, but a 2.39 60-foot tells the story there. So well done, Rory. That's two 10-second passes now. Right, Bob Hawkins with the time traveller number 2 taking on Ford Skip with the chasing time slingshot. Goes to show how long I've been commentating up here now. Ford Skip started his drag racing. If you remember coming to the hot rod drags a few years back, there was a little tot rod that ran, little black tot rod. That was Ford Skip. And guess what? He's grown up a bit now. And here he is in the chasing time slingshot dragster. Dials at 9.1, Bob 669. But fair to say, I don't think anybody else will be driving this car for a while now, as Ford is trying to make it his own. Also, it's Demi's birthday today. That's Ford's sister. Many happy returns to you. Once again from the whole family. Let's see if Ford can get close to that 9-1. Good looking run for Bob. Look at this, both of them looking really good. 671, 925. Cracking runs of hair. Despite the handicap at the start, just 0.6 between them at the stripe. All right, the Raging Cajun, that little bantam, looking for a 980. Elliot and Danny share the driving. Going alongside Rich Butcher with the Fourth Dimension slingshot dragster. 12.20 the target then for Rich. It's going to be the Raging Cajun chasing down with a 980, so you will see that difference on the tree. 2.4-second difference. Oh, bit of bounce off the line there for the Raging Cajun. Still going to be fairly close at the stripe though. And, well, yeah, they got there first actually. 0.9 difference between them at the stripe. 10.24 plays at 12.77. Well, where's James going? Taking the long way around. That's way off the groove. Ah, perhaps he wanted to be there. Obviously under instruction to stage out of the groove. Obviously he needed not so much grip off the line. Going alongside Ian Wild, so Darlin's end, 12.35, 12.38. So good effort from both of them there. I can see James is thinking it as well. So you got the short crank Redemption taking on Wrathchild here. .11.64 plays a 10.29 there. Oh, next up then, Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. Going alongside Rob White with Happy Days. 10.99 is the target number for Rob, but then he has been 10.91 today. A new PB for Rob. So the lights go green. Are we going to see another 10.9 from Rob White? Rob White, 11.07 this time, 115. And 11.28, 117 there for Paul Tarry. We got Supercharged Outlaws back in the lanes. For their second runs of the day. Meanwhile, it is Rebel and Sonic Attack number 2. So Rob Brown brings Rebel up to the line. Steve Garland in Sonic Attack. Target numbers are 848 and 1120 respectively. Just on hold just for a second. No, being pushed back. Okay, so obviously we are not 100% at the top end. Well, the time now 27 minutes past 2. The track support vehicles get ready to come out. Just on pause just for a second. Just to let you know what we've still got to come. It's got Supercharged Outlaws in the lanes. Obviously we've got loads more Run What You Brung. And obviously we've got more eliminations to go for Gas Circus and Outlaw Anglia. But as I say, on track pause at the moment, just making sure that everything is 100%. We know that there is a system in the air at the moment, and just might be catching a little edge at the moment. So just whilst we're on this pause, going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back as soon as we get going once again here at the Hot Rod Drags. So, Graham. Big dent in Chris Layrum's championship hopes, but Chris is your points leader coming into this event. Graham will be leaving first, 10.58 Darling, then Chris with that 10.14, going to try and close him down, get past him before the stripe, but not break out. Whoever breaks out hands the win to the other. If they both break out, then whoever breaks out by the least. So Graham Barton out in front. Chris Layrum doing the chasing. Graham looks like he's got his nose in front, and Graham Barton takes the win. 0.8 at the stripe. So Chris Layrum is out. But still around to win. So 10.40 plays 10.06, but Sean Milson gets there first. Tony backs out. Okay, just a little bit of an update for round 3. Wasn't rated at all. We have got a little bit of oil up there. Right, next up then, Ray Turner with Green Onions. If he wins this round of racing, he will go past Chris Layrum. Bit of oil up there. 10.78. It's all down to Green Onions. Perfect. So that's the reason. And Ray Turner at the moment. And as soon as that's all cleared up, and we will be back out running once again. So that's the pause, and back with you soon. Nitro FM, back over to you. If Ray loses this race, Chris Layrum's going to stay in front in the points. But if he wins, Ray Turner going to take the lead. Green light drag race. So let's sort this one out at the stripe. going to be a close one. Oh, it's Ray Turner going 10.93, but taking the win, Nick Hewison. So that's one contender definitely out. Going alongside Nervous Nick. 11.40 plays 9.55. There goes Nick. Steve Matthews sets off in pursuit. Steve's got to win this one. If not, it's game over and the title will go to Chris Laram. Steve Matthews takes the win, 9.68 to lose out 11.76. So Steve Matthews on a solo. So he dials a 10.52. Goes 10.59, nicely run there for Billy. Going alongside Martin Hallam with the Willis. 11.85 plays 9.76. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semi-finals. Oh, and it is going to be Martin Hallam with the win. Harvey Turner goes red by the most minuscule margin ever. 0.0002 red light. So a 9.89 for Martin Hallam takes the win, but Harvey Turner, how close to a perfect target numbers for these two. Oh, 9.38, sorry, for Mark. 12.37 for Matt. .44, pretty close actually to the dial. .74 there for Scott Collin. 10.41 for Stuart Flitton. Stuart the closer. To the dial in there, direction he wanted to go. So, let's see what Tim Evans can do. Looking for that 12.50. Goes 12.15. Camaro this weekend. Well, anybody knows me, a bit partial to first gen Camaro, so hopefully this one goes well. Going alongside the screen says Aaron Percy. But taking the El Camino down the Kestrel Beer Lane. .12.13 plays a 14.02. I wish I did now. So a low 10 coming up. Would love to see a 9, but I think it'll be a low 10. Yep, 10.23, 133. And Dave Mott goes through with a 13.23 at 103. It's a 66 Plymouth down there. Ripe for Nostalgia Superstock. Well, fair to say, Gary's actually quite pleased with the amount of runs he's been getting in this weekend. Changed the rear end gear ratio, and he says it hasn't made any difference at all. Goes 11.78 at 115 miles an hour. He's still smiling though. About passengers, the Camaro's been taking a few people down the track as well this weekend. So from what I understand, this will be the last run for the Ford today. Gonna bolt his normal road wheels on and head off back. He's got a long journey back to Bristol and goes 11.56 at 122. Can we have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? And So Dave's already run in the 9s, comfortably so, 9.7. Goes 9.85 on that particular pass. And AJ goes 11.55 at 119. Well, the dart just putting away a little bit there, fairly even to the 8th. But 10.59, 11.58. A huge amount of rebuilding, a new engine in the car, well, new to them I should say, but this time it is Dave behind the wheel. Going alongside Clive Charles. Fair to say that's going rather well. 8.13, 162, worth all of the work that they put into that. That engine working rather sweetly there. And do you know what? They're only going to turn it up from there. So, Anglias in the traditional shape of the 105. Oh, how about the estate version? (1531) 87 miles an hour. Against a 1603 also. Well, I think one thing's been proven, both of these ladies can drive. We know that. We knew that before they even got behind the wheel today. Let's see how they get on. (10.96), 11.55, nicely judged. 6 cubic inch, big block Chevy. It's not a combination that you'd expect to see or hear anywhere. Going 10.51, 136 miles an hour as well. Car is well used to run an El Camino, but now in this cracking Chevelle, nice wheels up launch. 10.42, 10.58. That's Dan's quickest run of the weekend. Well done, Dan. Paul just dropping off pace a little bit there, losing a 10. Spot the drag racer. 08 light. Yeah, 9.77 for Brian Huxley. Oh yeah, that is working, an absolute treat. Sounding good and strong. That'll do. 11.24, 122. Happy days. Lexus V8 power in there. But Ben knows he's got a mountain to climb here with Colin Miller in the other lane. But we race on the backtop, not on paper, not on form books. Anything can happen. Well, we still had the vehicle at the top end, and I didn't realise it was just about to turn off in the semi-finals. Then Colin back Miller into the qualifying Ben Kennedy. Sorry, qualifying box. What am I on about? The commentary box. So it is Rob Brown with Rebel, Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. This is the last Colin Miller's going to get to the stripe first with a 790. Ben 871 for Ben Kennedy. And 1120 oh my goodness me! Both away very well indeed. In actual fact, neck and neck off the line. So this is a race to the stripe. This is pretty close. Rob just got his nose in front and takes it with an 876 at 148 to a 915 at 150. So good looking runs a pair. It's all about the numbers at the stripe though. 11.24 and 8.44. Both of them 400s off their dial. One was over, one was under, but two good runs there. Well done. As we move into the Supercharged Outlaws with the little Hemi Hustler, that is Mike Couch down there. I did actually get a message from Joe Bond. Joe, thanks ever so much indeed for getting in touch directly. A few bruised ribs and a dislocated thumb, but he's basically A-OK. And as he says, and I think it's pretty obvious, car's a little bit beaten up, but they will be back. And he wants to pass on the thanks to the safety crew, which are the best in the world. And I 100% support you on that one, Joe. They are the best. And thanks for sending me that message, Joe. Really appreciate it, mate. So Mike Couch, best this weekend of 8.31. That's a good looking run down Broadway. Goes 8.36, 159. Nice and consistent. Right, next up then, it is Andy Hadfield with Twister. And I believe he's going alongside Keith Freeman, is it? It is indeed. Right, the news on this particular run, and many thanks indeed to Simon Barlow for the update on this one. As taking the last ride down the quarter mile will be Richard Sterling, a guy that one of the first guys I got to know here at Sanderpond Raceway. So I'll let Pads do his burn. Keith Freeman there. Yeah, so as I say, Richard Sterling, his ashes are packed in the parachute of Twister, and Fazda, when he crosses the finish line, will scatter the ashes, and it's a fond farewell, obviously from Fazda and from pretty much everybody here at the track, obviously Michelle and Simon Barlow. Richard's wife, Sue, is here to watch as well. And Richard, one of the good guys. I remember Richard always smiling, a larger than life character, and always had a good chat, and put some pretty decent pictures back in the day as well. And yeah, top bloke, Richard, top bloke. Gonna miss you, mate. And the best thing now is that Richard will pretty much be here forever now, as Fadster will scatter the ashes as it goes over the finish line. 8:05, 166, but the chutes didn't pop. Keith Freeman goes 9:41 at 1:44. I hope you get the opportunity to give it another go. Next up, coming around the corner, there's a support vehicle moves first. Can't see the car yet. I think it is the Haggis Hunter. I recognise the support vehicle, but I can't see the car. Yep, there it comes, the Haggis Hunter. the Slingshot going alongside Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire. 2 7-second dragsters here. This is where the two members of the crew go, oh, thanks for burning out so far. I'm out for a Sunday afternoon jog now. Roy Wilding went to the 8th mile there. Not to be outdone, Mick Hanna went past the 3:30 as well. So, 2:45 in the afternoon here at the Hot Rod Drags. Been a brilliant weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Great entertainment, be it on track or off track. Never fails to deliver this event. So Roy Wilding, Mick Hanna. Good looking race this. 7:32 and 7:43. That's Roy Wilding's quickest run of the day. 185 mile an hour run there for Roy. Mick Hanna goes through with a 190 mile an hour at the stripe, 7:32. Good, entertaining race that one. Just a tenth between them at the stripe. Des Taylor getting a little bit crossed up on the burnout, but he knows what he's doing behind the wheel. As does Ian Merriweather with the Banzai Topolino. Right, so far this weekend, Ian Merriweather has been 8.12. Would love to knock 7 out the ballpark here. And Des Taylor, 7.72. Again, another good looking race. 7.92 and 8.26. Both of them over 170 miles an hour. Supercharged Outlaw has been absolutely outstanding this weekend. As we move on to Gasser Circus. Eliminations round at number 3 for them. So this is quarterfinals to set the semis. Billy Jones taking on Nick Hewison. The short fuse against Grumpy Grizz. Nick Darling in 990, but leaving first will be Billy Jones with 1055 Darling. Billy has been really sharp on his numbers this weekend, but Nick, good racer. In fact, two very good races indeed. This could go either way. Looks like Nick Hewison's drawn alongside and takes that with a 10.07 to lose out 10.64. In effect, a whole shot win, but an 0.5 light for Nick really aided his cause there. So Nick Hewison into the semis. Right, Steve Matthews and Sean Milsom. Now Steve Matthews is going to try and climb up the points table. We don't think he can go enough rounds to catch and overtake the points leader. But let's see what happens here. Steve Matthews, 961 Darling. Sean Milsom, 10.06. So both into pre-stage. Sean goes in, Steve goes in. The tree's going to count them down. Green lights both side of the racetrack. Well, Steve's got his nose in front, so he should just be easing off the gas at the stripe, and he does so. 9.73 for the round win against the lose out. 10.06. So Steve Matthews into the semis. John Gibson taking on Graham Barton. Only 0.03 of a second difference between those two on the tree. 10.69 plays 10.66. Pretty much neck and neck at the stripe. Graham's got his nose in front and takes the stripe. 200ths off his dial in there. So it is Graham Barton that advances into the semis. And this is Martin Hallam on a bye. Predetermined, it was the odd number of cars in the ladder. So your semi-finalists then will be Nick Hewison taking on Steve Matthews, and it's going to be Graham Barton taking on this then Martin Hallam. Right, so Outlaw Anglia having a QE combo, what we call it. So this is Alex Strike down there. Going alongside Spencer Tidswell. Spencer having issue, they just can't keep the candles lit, so it's going to be a solo run then for Alex. New addition to the class. Welcome aboard. Goes 12:41, 113. Doug McClure going alongside. Oh, purge of nitrous then for Doug. He wants that 9-second pass. He really does. So Brian Nixon in the Slick Tricks lane. Doug McClure in the Castrol lane. .32, 129, and 11:43 at 112. So you've got Aaron Bird, he's in the Kestrel lane, taking on Shane Bird. So the family fighting it out here. $14.10 plays $11.70. There'll be a show voting up the stripe. 0-2 between them there. Wanting a photo finish, don't blame them. Right, back into Run What You Brung. Jim Smith down there with the Dodge. According to the screen, Peter Nash. So it's a Dodge that I don't know much about. .10.01 and a 10.45. That's the so close to a 9-second pass as well. Best of the weekend for the dart. Jim goes through there with a 10.45 at 127. Right, Adrian Sidwell once again with the little Opus, going alongside the Lawson 105E. 14.56 and a 15.41. Right, as John Price was calling this car yesterday, the Smurf Tang. Do like that. So the Smith family having good fun down there, going alongside the Zephyr. Michael D'Souza. Michael's going to get there first with a 10.94. That's his quickest. And he's into the 10s as well. Very, very nicely done indeed, Michael. Well done. 11.79 at 108 for the Smurf Tang. All right, got Aaron with the Elky and 67 Camaro down there. .21 and 12.24, almost identical numbers there. Nicely done for those two. Okay, so you got the Biscayne coming alongside the Olds. Glyn Baldwin having a real good weekend actually. Hit his dialing bang on, 10 flat, and then when he pushed it a little bit harder, went 9.89. So yeah, he's got a car that's working really, really well now. Is it a low 10 or is it a high 9? It's a 9.97 out of 137. Duncan Watts. Again, not a bad weekend for Duncan at all. Best of 9.23 at 147. And you got that second gen Camaro, which I must admit, if I didn't have the first gen, wouldn't mind a second. Duncan getting quite close to the finish line blocks there, but avoided them. It was 9.37 at 144. Just wanted to make sure that they recorded his time and speed. All right, Matthew Stanley and Phil Hobson, your next pair. A Nostalgia Superstocker and a 100E challenge car. Looks like we've got our semi-finalists in the lanes for Outlaw Anglia. But first, we've got some run what you're trying to do, and it is Phil Hobson and Matthew Stanley down there. Fairly evenly matched, these two, on the best times this weekend. (12.18), 12.36. Right, you got Darren Huxley, fresh from his 9.7 run earlier. Going alongside Dom Sharp. Two of the quicker cars here today. Both sub 10-second runners. Dom so far at 9.98. Darren's been in the 9.7s. Does it again, 9.77. And a 9.98 there for Dom. So Tim Allen and Doug Harwood, your next pair. Doug, a best of 10.24 this weekend, 133 miles an hour. All be well, he could improve on that. It's going to be a low 10. What are the other numbers? Yes, it's a best run for Doug this weekend, 10.21. At 132 miles an hour, nicely done, Doug. Tim goes through with a 16.53 at 71. Well, here comes AJ with the 57. Or is it Ruben? You hear that manual shift? $11.55, 118. Right, Rob Crampton. That's proper old school. Cruise on through there with a 20.47, 66 miles an hour. Right, just on a pause for a moment, just checking out the racetrack. As our semi-finalists for Outlaw Anglia move to the head of the lanes, the Smurf Tang is back down as well. But just a pause at the moment. Yep. So this is where we just got to keep everything crossed and hope that a weather system that's on its way, we know it's coming, it's just we want to try and keep going as long as possible. But it's coming from Bedford, unfortunately. It's a case of when. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to maintain radio silence at the moment. I'm just going to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM, and then as soon as I do, they'll probably start up engines and run, but I'm not going to second guess this one. And obviously, if we do get engines starting up, we get the signal to go, I'll take it back. But Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves just for a moment, we'll take it back as soon as. Leaving first and doing the chasing will be the Fordson of Nick Hewison, dialing of 9.80. 0.62 of a second difference on the tree. A very good morning to everybody on the banking. How are you this morning? And of course on the grandstands as well. A good morning to you as well. No doubt they will fill up as the morning progresses. So our first pair down the quarter mile this morning. That goes away. Nick Hewison, he takes that one with a Teller 1 to lose out 10.71. Next up, Adam Krasinski, Ray Turner. Now that Ray Turner points, he's too far behind to win it. But it's still a bowling pin to win. The all-important trophy. And it is. Sean Milsom going around number 2. Lee Pike goes red. 10-10, Sean Milsom, Lee Pike goes 9.30, he breaks out, he goes red, but hey, still had a pretty decent weekend. $11.40, Darling for Nick. Andy, Darling in 10.56, so it will be the pop going first. And that goes Nervous Nick with 11.82, lose out 11.43. Green lights both sides of the racetrack, so this one will be sorted out at the stripe. And the win light goes on for Harvey Turner with a 12.09 against loser 11.73. Win margin 0.4 of a second at the stripe. Bad the bad. Running PB after PB this weekend, but now she's got to switch to race mode. So it will be the Austin Devon going first, and it will be the Pop chasing her down. And it is Chris Layram that takes that one. Neve had a better reaction time, but Chris Layram took the stripe and goes through. Tony Pearson and Rob Killam. 12.60 plays 10.40, 2.2 second difference on the tree. Rob will be going first. Well, Tony's driven past Rob, so he'll be feathering the throttle towards the stripe. And takes her in there with 11.26. Tony Pearson goes through. Rob goes through with a 13.18. Alongside the gas junkie of Ray Irish. Billy will be going first. Ray doing the chasing here. 10.52 to a 10.06. And that's a breakout for Ray Irish, goes too quick, so Billy Jones takes that one. 10.55. And unfortunately, Paul Doherty being pushed back, so Simon gets a freebie here. Goes through with a 10.93 breakout, but he's already got the race win. That's more important. Gibson with the identity crisis. Dodge Star dialing in 11.50. John Gibson currently in the high roller. And the Falcon dialing in at 10.63. Both into stage. It will be Brian going first, but Brian goes red. So it is John Gibson that's going to go through round number 2. Let's see what he runs anyway. He dialed 10.63, gets a 10.71, and Brian 11.66, but put a cherry on the tree. 9.79 dial-in for Martin. There goes Dean, and Martin sets off in pursuit. Well, it looks like Martin's caught him. Flicks it early, 9.82. That was well judged. 11.61, lose out there for Dean, but Martin Hallam also had it. And 66 Plymouth down there. I've seen this car before, but I can't. I will get the information, and that will get fed into the computer system a little bit later on. But Simon Devos, let's see what he's got for us. Oh, clicked it early actually. 11.83 at 86 miles an hour. Both having fairly decent weekends actually. Ah, that's better for Tom. Oh no, it launched well. Just didn't carry on. Let's see how Daniel Bates gets on. Goes through with a 10.61. Just literally 500ths of a second slower than he went yesterday. Tom just rolling up towards the top end. Don't know what the issue is, but he just coasts across the line. But yeah, not going like clockwork, unfortunately, for Tom. And the quad bike just goes out just to help. Tom, he's sort of rolling at about 2 miles an hour at the moment. And has now come to stop. He's only about 50 yards from the gate, so he'll make it there. Well, fingers crossed for Tom. He can try and get that back to the pits, get it sorted out, and come and give it another go. Underneath the tower, you got Arnie Pament down there. Time to get everybody through in the lanes, and Arnie a little bit frustrated, but we all know how it works. It's just one of them things. So Arnie gets an early run in this morning. Has had a best this weekend, and I tell you what, he's been absolutely flying. 8.67 so far. Goes 8.66. He finds 100th of a second. So here we go then. First pair, Shane Bird. We know that obviously Colin's got the performance advantage here, but anything can happen. But I think Colin will be taking it relatively sensibly to start things off today. Doesn't want to drop the ball on the first down. Exactly what Colin's doing. He goes through with a 9.65 at 136. Shane goes through 11.79 at 108. Okay, folks, you can see that red there is taking a big turn for the worse now, actually. And we're into that hour and a half stroke 2 hour drying phase when it stops. So the call's been made. We are done for today. So we managed to get a heck of a long way. So such a shame we didn't get to see that Outlaw Anglia semi-final because I was really looking forward to that. But this weather system is in, and when this one stops, you get about a half an hour respite, and then a bigger one is following it. So thank you ever so much indeed for everybody for coming along to the Hot Rod Drags this weekend. It's been a brilliant event, but we got most of it done, folks. We got most of it done. We were due to finish at 5 o'clock anyway. We got to about 3 o'clock, just 2 hours short of finishing it all off. But nevertheless, it was still a cracking event. The Hot Rod Drags never fails to deliver. Wish you all a very, very safe journey home. Don't forget, next weekend it is the national finals, the last round of our national championships. Kicks things off on Friday with qualifying. It's a 3-day event this year, not a 2-day event. So as the Outlaw Anglias head back to the pits, a shame, as I say, we didn't get to see them run their semis and finals. But make sure you come and join us next weekend, starting on Friday for the national finals. Once again, a big thanks to our track crew, to all of our signing on crew, our pit marshals, our timing crew, of course, Eurodragster.com, keeping everybody informed on everything that goes along. And of course, Nitro FM 96.2 there for us when we need the gaps filling, and playing some pretty decent tunes this weekend as well. But stay safe, everybody. A safe journey home. And I am sure we will see all of you and more next year for this 36th annual Hot Rod Drags here at the pod. And going to be one to remember, this one. And we'll see you all next weekend for the national finals. Nitro FM, take it away.